welcome. Hopefully we're up and running. Looks like we probably are. To the International Online Reach Mahjong Championships of 2020. Um, for those who don't meet me, I am Osbal. I'll be commentating for the next 5 games that we have today. We'll be focusing mostly on the Australian players and how they go. And yeah, I'll go into some of the details once I check a couple things. We are waiting a little bit on times. Like the games obviously will have a 5 minute delay, so we're not actually going to start having any of the games for another just under 10 minutes. I'll try and do a bit of intro, a bit of recap. Well, not recap, but yeah, a bit of just what's happening, what's going to happen, um, and how this will hopefully play out. Um, just sort of making sure to getting some people in and see what we've got. Um, Also, just a heads up, time-wise, this is starting at about 10 p.m. for me, so especially for some of the later games, you might catch me making a few more mistakes. I apologize in advance for those. Um, uh, and I'm going to screw up this acronym. It's the IORMC. I'm going to mess it up once or twice. International Online Reach Mahjong Championships. Um, just spamming us around a few places. Okay, so for those who don't know the format, welcome, because I'm also still trying to get my head around it. So my understanding is the first round, which is today, or it's a qualification round. So each player plays 5 games consecutively. Their total score is calculated based on those 5 games, and then the top, I think it's the top 32, go through to the final round next weekend. Also, each player's score is added to their country, and then the top 8 countries, I believe, go through to the team finals next week as well. So next week there will be the team finals of the top 8 countries, as well as I believe it's the top 32 individuals in a tournament, which I think it might actually be a knockout tournament at that point. I'll need to double check some of those. Yeah, and for Australia, and I'll get these up on the stream in a minute. The players we have playing, yeah. The representatives of Australia this year, we have Koala, who everyone generally, if you know the Australian Mahjong people at all, he's probably the one person you know. He's known as Totoro in a lot of places. He's playing under Koala today. That's one of his Tenho accounts. We have AKTK, who is from Sydney. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Koala is also Sydney based. I'm not sure if he's currently in Sydney, but he represents the Sydney group within Australia. Um, so then we have AKTK, who's from Sydney as well. We have Trayton, who is from Adelaide. And we have Rariel, who is from Brisbane. So we have players from most different countries. Unfortunately, no players from Melbourne this year, which is where I'm based. But since my hometown is Adelaide, I'm gonna, claim Trayton as, a fellow hometown person. Also, if people can sort of, you know, let me know if there's any sound issues. Can you hear me fine? That's probably the big thing I need to know. Is there any sound issues? There's not much happening on the screen because, well, there's not much happening. Um, but yeah, we are still waiting for things to go ahead. Games are starting shortly. What are we? Yeah, the games should be starting. Um, we will jump around a bit to figure out who to watch. For for our first game, I haven't quite figured out who we're gonna watch playing yet, just because I don't know a lot of the international players, so I don't know who might be useful to watch. We have Koala is playing against Singapore, USA, and Great Britain. Rariel is playing Argentina, Canada, and Japan. AKTK is playing Korea, Russia, and Argentina. And Trayton is playing Korea, China, and Vietnam. Um, we might start with if anyone's got any people they want to follow, we can always take a look at that. Otherwise, I will pick one, and I'm leaning towards either AKTK or Koala, um, just to get some, you know, because we've got Great Britain, USA, Singapore, Korea, Russia, Argentina in that group. Um, Seems like a decent setup. Trying to see if I recognize any of the players in elsewhere, but not really this year. Um, we shall see. The games do seem to have, well, I want to say they've begun on time, but one of them has. Not one of the Australian. Oh yeah, the games seem to be starting now, so we'll get there, and we will get started shortly. Um, so yeah, I'm double checking the format quickly. I believe it's 10-hole standard rules. Um, but I will double check that. I might not actually get an. I really should have checked that earlier, and I apologize. Um, okay, so we have about 5 minutes until we'll actually be able to watch things. Um, you can see the game sort of cropping up there in the watch list as we go. Um, doesn't look like any of the Australians have started yet, but they'll get there. The teams participating this year, it looks like we've got, or it should be at least, the participating nations are Argentina, Australia, Austria, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Great Britain, Hong Kong, excuse me, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, Russia, Singapore, Sweden, Chinese Taipei, um, Ukraine, the USA, and Vietnam. Um, that is the uh, that is the participating country, so we will probably see players from that. Now, this is information based off of when they published the information back in September, so it's possible that may have changed. But looking at the pairings, yeah, it seems pretty representative. There might be one or two countries that haven't shown up. But yeah, this is as far as I'm aware, this is the largest online tournament for Riichi Mahjong outside of Japan. It might be the largest online tournament even in Japan, but don't quote me on that. Japan, obviously being the home of Riichi Mahjong, has a much higher percentage of the population playing, so it is possible they have them. But they also, because you can play a lot more easily in Japan at parlors and stuff, online mahjong, while very popular, tournaments can be held in person more easily. Um, so, um, hoping people are actually hearing me and I'm not speaking to an empty void. Um, and yeah, so for a bit of context, Australia actually won the team competition last year. We ended up taking that away, and one of our players, who's unfortunately not playing this year, Nosti, actually came, I believe, third in the individual tournament. So we had a very good showing last year, and we're hoping to, um, you know, uh, repeat that performance this year. Check instructions. It's match pairings. Nope. Okay. I don't know. I'll get the actual things. It is. There are no red Dora. Other than that, I believe it is mostly Tenho rules. So yeah, it's Tenho Akanashi it looks like. So no red Dora, but everything else is standard Tenho. Um, yep, okay. So we are going to start with Koala's game just because we can. Um, I'm going to have to actually find him in the list though, because there are a lot of people playing. There's AKTK's game. Old Pear's a name I recognize. I believe he's from Singapore, maybe? Ariel. It's Rusty. For those who know Rusty, there's Cora, because you can see some of the American names that you might know, recognize from here. It might be that Qual's game hasn't started yet. Um, oh no, there it is. Um, so yeah, we've got about a minute until this starts. Cool. Okay, someone's in comments. The rules are WRC with Oka. So there is if that's correct, then there will be a bonus for first place. So you'll get an extra 20 points to your score, or 20,000 points, depending on how you look at it for first place. Um, Sorry, I'm just trying to double check on these before I can. Hmm. Anyway, we are nearly into things. We're just a few minutes away. Again, this is a 5 Hanchan night, so we will go with that. I don't know. I believe the games are roughly meant to start on the hour, but at the same time, we'll see, because I think they have to wait for all the games to finish before they move on to the next one, and it looks like there are 19 tables running at once. Okay, we are into the first round. We have our man Koala sitting here in the south seat. We have Grass. Sorry, I'm actually going to get their countries in here as well. We have Grass from Singapore in the east seat as dealer, Koala from Australia in the south seat, Mizder from the USA in the west seat, and Sean from Great Britain in the north seat. The door is the 8-pin, and we are on our way. The first things first, we can see Koala. We'll be looking at him a lot, as you'll expect, but we have 2 doors in his hand, as well as a few connected pairs. That 4-5-5-6 in the Manzu is quite useful, but he's got a few middle groups, sorry, the middleweight groups, the 5-7-9 type things to fill in, or the 3-5-7. So we'll see how he goes from there. No obvious Yakus, maybe a Tanyo. We'll see. For Mizder, looks like moving towards maybe a Tanya or just a Pinfu. Not much in the way of value here. He can't really use the door if he comes. So he's probably looking to stay closed, reach, hopefully with Pinfu. But also, he might just go for an open Tanya if he has to push for that. Totoro does fill in that 3-4-5 pinses, so he's actually getting a lot closer. I believe he is now 2 Shanten, so 2 away from being ready. If we look over across at Sean, oh, sorry, Totoro opens, calling the door, giving him 3 door. He is now in Mangan range. He is Ishanten. He needs 1 tile to be ready. So he's in a very good position right now. Looking over at Sean, he has some very nice blocks, quite likely a Pinfu hand there. We have a Tempai here from Grass as a dealer. However, it looks like they do not have a Yaku at this point. They're probably looking to upgrade that 5-7 in Bamboo to something more easy to win on. Unfortunately, they do not. They go ahead and Tsumogiri Reach, which Koala immediately cheese. Unfortunately, they are both waiting on the 6-so at this point. And assuming this is WRC rules, then there will be a head bump, meaning Koala can only Tsumo here. If the 6-so drops from Mizder's hand, the win will go to Grass. We shall see though. Never mind. Grass sumos it himself. The things. So we have a Reach, Sumo, and a Dora in his hand. He does hit an Urda, so he gets the 11,700 points. Very good start for Grass. Puts him in a commanding position. A dealer, essential Mangan is essentially a Mangan, is always a very good start to a game. We move into East 1-1. The Dora is the two of characters, the two Manzu. Koala again starts with 2 in his hand and a completed set as well as a pair. He's got a very nice starting hand here. He's what, I think 2 Shanten or maybe 3. I'm going to try and give Shantens as I can, but I'm also not going to focus too much on it because I'm not going to be able to keep up with him that easily. If we look over at the dealer at Grass, he's got a pair of the green dragons in his hand, the Hatsu. So he can easily call for that. Not much in the way of value other than that. No Dora, and no sort of other Yaku showing their faces. Having said that, he can accept the Dora if it comes, so he's not in a horrible position. If we move over to Mizder, we have some nice shapes. He's got that pair of North, which is going to be interesting. It means he can't get Tanya from it, and it's not one of his wins, but he can still get a Pinfu. So we'll see where he goes with that. That pair of 5s there, I'm surprised he's kept. I guess he's probably just going for the Reach at this point. We get Hatsu coming out from Sean, which Grass pawns straight away. Moving him that little bit closer to Tenpai. He is not quite Ishanten, he still needs his pair. Sean himself seems to be pushing towards, well, would probably like to go towards Chinitsu and only Pinzu, but might end up with just what looks like a possible Ipeiko. Maybe a Pinfu as well. We get another call from Grass, putting him into, still not Tenpai, he's Ishanten still. He's probably trying to position himself for a Sanshuko as well. We get a Tenpai over here from Mizder, waiting on the 6 pin. However, 5, 6, 7, they do not currently have a Yaku. So they cannot win if it comes out. They can if they sumo. Also, the 6 pin, obviously they don't know this, but the 6 pin is 3 of them are out, so there's only 1 more left in the wall. If we look at Koala's hand, he's made some progress. Unfortunately, still not quite Tenpai. Grass cheese here and is in Tenpai waiting on the 1 pin alone, which we might see come here from Mr. But it's only 1,500 points, I believe. So, small hand. Oh no, he did have a Dora in the end. So a bit more. Keeps his dealership, keeps going, gets a few more points. And we continue on. We are still in East 1. We are in East 1-2. The Dora is the south. Koala's Dora pulling power is still in effect, but obviously not as strong. He's only got 1 in his hand to start with this time. But south is his wind, so he can potentially, if he pairs it up, get a Yaku with it. We have some visitors from Japan. Thank you for joining us. For everyone who's joined, thank you so much for joining. Please, like, and if you enjoy these streams, do subscribe to the channel. We do try and do these things whenever there are competitions going, especially when Australia is involved. So moving on to this one, we have a Koala's hand is there. He's got some groups, but he does have those sort of middle blocks that are harder to fill in. The 137, the pins. He's got a couple 2-sided weights. That 8 helps a lot. He's got now a number of 2-sided weights, but those Manzu he still has to do something with. Looking over in Mizder, we have a bit of an odd hand. He might be looking to get a 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku, but he's a bit of a distance away from that, so he might just go for a Pinfu or 2, 3, 4. He might even go towards Chitoitsu at this point, 7 pairs. He has 4 pairs in his hand, so it's potentially there. We look over at Sean, who actually has 2 of the Souths, so that's a lot of the Dora in his hand. It is not a Yaku for him, so if he is to win, he needs another Yaku, whether it's Reach or something else. Potentially a Chanta from the way his hand's looking. Yeah, he looks like he's probably going to push towards a Chanta as a possible one here. If he calls the 3 So or the 9 Man, then he gets in a good position for that. And that'll be, 3 Han, pretty nice hand there. Grass is still making progress forward. He is 2 Shanten. with unfortunately not much value. There's no Dora, there's no sort of stacking of Yaku. It probably like Riichi Pinfu is potentially possible, but unlikely to get more than that without Uradora, so the reverse Doras.
Riichi.
Oh, we have Koala hitting Tenpai here with potential Sunchoke in the 1-2-3s. He is waiting on a 1-4 in Bamboo. We're looking at only 2 left in the wall, 1 of each. He is definitely going to want the 1 if possible, just because that gives him 2 extra Hun. But I'm sure he'll take whatever. We are not at a point in the game where he would necessarily want to be picky about what he gets. The 1-so in Sean's hand is, I don't think, likely to come out. He's likely to keep that. And the 4 in the other 2 players' hands. Oh, there's the other one. So does he keep this? He does. So that's the 1-so's probably gone. That's not likely to come out there. So Koala is kind of reliant on that last 4-so in the wall at this point. Mizder pushing there, the Doris. Oh wait, yeah, the Doris. So a bit of a brave move there. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's a safe tile. Koala reached on the door. My apologies. Um, so yeah, we will see where that last 4 comes, or if the dead wall has eaten it. Sean still managing to be 1 away from ready. Will he get there for his no 10 payments? We shall see. The others seem to be trying to just. Everyone just seems to be kind of defending here. No one's really pushing, it seems like. So we'll probably see this go to a drawn hand. And we will probably move on to the next one. I don't believe anyone else will end up in Tenpai at this rate. So it'll probably be 3,000 points to Koala, 1,000 each. And the reach stick will stay in the middle. Oh, never mind. We get a pawn here from Mr. trying to deny Totoro an extra draw here. Oh, is he going to call here? He might be able to get Tenpai. He does. He goes and gets that Tenpai. So Mr. sneaking into Tenpai at the last second. The 4 does seem to have gotten stolen. Sorry, not eaten by the wall. So not the best result for Koala, but it does move it on, and it is his dealership. So, you know, not the best, but could have been a lot worse. So Koala is dealership. Koala is dealership. Koala is dealer. He has 2 Haku in his starting hand. Nice start. He can call to open. He doesn't have any Dora. Oh, he has a quick call of the Haku there. Probably going for a quick win. He might be able to get some of the Dora into his hand if he picks them up. Or he might go and he's probably going to go for the quickest finish possible at this rate. Like, just get a quick hand, don't let anyone else win. But we shall see. Okay, looking over at the other people's hands, Mizder is sitting in some interesting blocks in the Munza and the Pinza. However, he still has a few loose tiles to deal with. He's got that west. That 7 pin does help him a bit. So he's, I believe, 2 Shanten away. If we look over at Sean, he's got some very nice blocks. He is not quite Ishan 10, but again, 2 Shanten away. He's got 1 door in his hand, so both him and Mizder have 1 door in their hand, and there's another one over in Grass's hand. So the doors seem to be evenly spaced. Grass does have a closed Khan of the 8 Manzu, but has not currently declared it, so we'll see if they go forward with that. Koala gets to Ishan 10, it looks like, with a potential 3-way wait in the Pinzu if he gets it. If he hits it, if he gets a pair somewhere. He calls anyway and goes and throws a 6. He's now waiting on a 8 pin only for 1,500 points. Sorry, no, it's more than that. It's 1,000. Sorry, 2,400 points with the bonus points. Welcome, Shiny J. I believe that's. I think I know who that is. I'm blanking out, but yeah. I believe that is J-Cakes, another of the more well-known Australian players. Basically, no, you haven't missed anything. There was a dealer 430 in the first round, and there's been a few small hand since then. Um, Grass still hasn't declared that closed con. Totoro shifts his weight to the Dora, so his hand has gotten that much bigger now. Instead of being just the one Han, it is now 3 Han. However, the chances of someone else dropping the Dora is not high. Like, it's fit into Mizder's hand, it fits into Sean's hand. It might come from Grass, but he'd really have to be pushing.
Yeet.
We get a reach here from Mizder, waiting on a... What are they waiting on? Oh, just the Tuso for a Ipe Kodora. There is one Tuso left in the wall. That'll be what reach Ipe Kodora. So 300. We get a reach over from Sean, waiting on what looks like the 5-8 so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's a couple 8s in the wall, but the 5s are dead. So this has become a bit of a minefield, and to see who gets first, because Koala's not going to fold here. He's just going to push. Sumo. Never mind. Mizder does sumo that. That will be Mangan, I'm pretty sure. Footy 10, though. Yep, I missed the footy 10. Apologies for that. Unfortunately, that is probably the worst possible result for Koala. He gets hit with the dealer penalty as well. He is not quite in last place, but it becomes a bit of an uphill battle from here. We are in East 3. The Dora is the West. Mizder, as dealer, starts with a closed encore, closed triplet of the Haku. So that's a nice start for him. We look over at Sean, who's got a pair of North and a pair of Chun, so some easy openings here. As he just picked up the door, so that's nice as well. And the other shapes are not looking bad. If we look at Grass, some nice shapes as well. He might only be about 2 Shan 10 away at this point. I thought Totoro did message the Discord. I think you were just... He did. I think you just missed it. Unless you're talking about him messaging Discord to complain about that hand. As we've been talking, Sean has completed a closed con of the red dragons in his hand, so he's in a very nice position there. He still has that west that he might be able to use, but he just inches closer to Tenpai here. Grass's hand, 1, 2, yeah, looking okay. He's getting a bit closer. Potential 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku. Looking at Koala, we've got what's likely to be a Reach Pinfu. Oh, well, hopefully Reach Pinfu, or just maybe Reach only hand. He doesn't have much in the way of value. He's fishing for a potential 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku, I feel. But we'll see. We'll see whether he actually gets that or not. Yeah, we're still waiting to see where there are more of the Wests. Currently, we only see the one over in Sean's hand. The rest are still in the wall. So anyone's hand could still take a bit of a increase. So Grass there abandoning the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku, going for the better weights than potential Pinfu. He still needs to get that 3 pin before he hits Tenpai if he wants that Pinfu though. He is Ishan 10 now. Totoro is not making a lot of progress. He's getting a lot of the Sozu, so I was going to say worst case scenario he can push for a Chinitsu and Sozu, but it's getting a bit late to push for that at this point, I feel. I mean, the game does seem to sort of push him in that direction. He might end up going that way anyway. We look over at Mizder, who is, making, I believe, Ishan 10, but they'd have to drop their Haku triplet if they were to hit Tenpai. So, if they hit Tenpai on the 2-5, they would, or the 6-9. There are other ways they could hit Tenpai if they pair up the 3, 4, 7, or 8 Sozu. We are still missing the Dora. One has shown up in Grass's hand, but other than that, nothing. Koala does seem to be pushing towards that Chinitsu. He has actually not bad shapes in his hand, to be honest. Mizder has to decide what to do with this 2 pin at this point. It doesn't fit in their hand. They seem to be hesitating. They do throw it. Sean has picked up another pair. Like, are they going to shift towards 7 pairs at this rate? They might be better off with a toy, honestly. But we shall see. 7 pairs with a Dora honor tile is not bad. We do have a Tenpai here from Mizder. They do break their Haku, so this is going to be a reach only. For, I believe it's 2,000 points. He is waiting on a 2-5 so. Um, I believe there's only one more left in the wall. It looks like 7 are out. We still might see them come out. Like that 5 in Sean's hand is quite possible if they are pushing. It looks like they are falling though with that Chun throw. I don't see it coming out of Grass's hand or Koala's hand, so I think Mizder is probably going to have to either Tsumo it in the next couple turns or hope that Sean makes an unforced error here. However, there's like one draw left for everyone. I don't see that happening. See what Grass does here. Yeah, 3, so no. We seem like it will go to a draw with only Mizder in Tenpai. So, not the best result, but from Mizder's point of view, not bad. Still 2,000 points. After you take away his reach stick, so, and he gets to keep his dealership. We are back into number Dora territory. We have the 3 pin as the Dora. Koala starts with 1 in his hand and some nice shapes. He might be looking for a quick reach Pinfu hand here with a Dora. Mizder as dealer also has a Dora in his hand and a pair. Also some nice shapes. A completed 6, 7, 8 in the Pinzu. And his shapes just got a bit nicer with that 5 draw. So again, probably a similar line from him, unless they look for a 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku, which is also quite viable. We look over at Sean, who doesn't have a Dora, but can accept a Dora if it comes. Potentially a Tanyao hand here, I think. We shall see. Grass is also looking at potentially a Tanyao hand. Can accept a Dora. Potential Ipeiko in the Pinzu if he draws a 4 or 6, but we'll see what happens. Totoro getting even closer here is now Ishanten. He just needs a thing. However, Mr. gets there first, reaching on a 5-8 Manzu. It is not Sanshoku though, so it is a reach Pinfu. Sorry, it's a reach Pinfu Dora. Oh, it's a reach Pinfu Dora for 5-8, I believe. Sorry, my counting is a bit rusty, so my scoring's a bit rusty, so apologies in advance. He does Tsumo it after 2 turns, so our dealers in general seem to be going quite well, except for Totoro on his dealership, which didn't. Mizder takes the lead, sending Totoro and Sean much further down. We move into East 3-2. The Dora is the south, of which Koala starts with 2 in his hand, as well as some nice shapes, so he's probably going to hope for a easy reach Pinfu here, because the south is not his wind or the round wind, so he can use the pair for Pinfu. Or he might use it as a Champon weight or a pair weight. Mizder as the dealer starts with, a few complete sets in his hand. Not much value. I mean, these honor Doras, it's much harder to get value without those red 5s, so you really have to look at the what Yaku you can stack. And Mizder doesn't have Honitsu, he doesn't have Toi Toi, he doesn't have Chitoi, he doesn't have Tanya or Chanta. So it's going to be hard to make the value, but he's dealer. He doesn't necessarily want value at this point. He just wants the repeats. Sean does a pawn of the Hatsu that came out from Koala. That puts him into Ishanten. And if this 3 comes out of Mizder, he might call it for Tenpai. Not much value. It's a 1,000 point hand. But it's something. Mizder does not throw it, so Sean stays at Ishanten. Over at Grass, we have... he's got some work to do with the bamboos, at least. He's got all the odds in bamboos. I really get frustrated by that shape. Like, it's got a lot of acceptance, but it's just one of those, none of the weights are nice. They're all middle weights. He does have potential 4, 5, 6, maybe Sanchoku potential, but it's one of those ones that's very hard to do. Koala moves further forward. He's trying to go for that Pinfu option there, throwing off the 6 pair and keeping the 8 for acceptance. He's not there yet, though. He's not drawing what he needs right now. Looking up at Sean, hasn't made a lot of progress in his hand, to be honest. He's just Sumogiri the last 4 tiles. So he's still going. Grass, still making some progress, but still those swords are giving him trouble. Mizder does pull up a pair of souths here, so his hand has just exploded in value. He is Ishanten now. Probably going to end up on a pair weight. Sorry, pair as in two pairs. Champon. But we shall see. He might try and get Tunky. I can see a few potential options here. He might go and try and wait on. He's probably hoping to draw that south and then being able to reach on the 3/6 Mun, but we'll see. Totoro still struggling with his draws. That 4-so from earlier has backfired on him a bit, unfortunately. He is in Ishan 10, but if he pulls one the Manzu to get to Tenpai, he will be in Footy 10. Sean seems to have disconnected, which is unfortunate. Not that his hand was worth a lot, but disconnect in these games is never fun. Grass has hit a Tanyao Tenpai. He is waiting on a 4-7 pin. Koala, you are not having a good day. He does manage to dodge it for now, but that 4 is kind of sticking out. We do get a Sean. Yep. This is why the disconnects are annoying, because he might not have done that normally. Ura 3, ouch. So that's a Haneman for Grass. Essentially sending Sean to 0 now. As far as I'm aware, there is no bankruptcy, so the game will continue if he goes negative. It obviously continues if he's at 0. Grass is now in first place. The Dora is again the south. That is... And that's also not good for Koala, because it puts second place even further from his reach now. It is a 27,000 point gap to first place, which is very difficult to make up. Not impossible by any means, but yes. So we're looking here at East 4. We do not see any of the Dora yet. Sean is still disconnected. Oh no, we do see one of the Dora in Grass's hand. Apologies. The main people looking for the Dora, it is Grass his own seat win, so he can develop it into a Yaku if he gets a triplet of it. But again, we'll see what happens. He needs a second first and then a third. Koala's hand, it's one of those ones that you sort of look at and just like, I don't know, reach Pinfu, I guess, maybe, but the shapes aren't quite there, so we'll see what he does with that. He's still got that West there in case he wants to try and get the seat wind Yaku there. Mizder is sitting on, again, not a lot of value, some not very comfortable shapes. That help a little bit. But yeah, it's not the best things. I mean, we can look at Sean's, but until he gets back, he's just going to be Tsumogirying. So Grass has probably got the best hand at the moment. He's got at least Tanyao, potential. Well, he's got either Tanyao or the Dora, and it's leaning towards the Tanyao at this rate. He is not. I think he's Ishan 10 now, and on some nice weights. Is that not quite a 5-6? He's not quite Sunchoker potential, but he's a couple draws could put him there. Koala seems to be pushing towards Tanyao at least. Well, he's still keeping that West and Hatsu as backup. The West is safe against Grass, so the West is safe against two people at this point. He's keeping it as the safe tile. It looks like. Sean does look like they've come back, which is nice. Unfortunately, it's got to be a bit of a shock to coming back to 0 points, which is going to hurt. And it's his dealership, and it's halfway through his dealership, so he won't necessarily have his dealership to come back on. He's not far off. He's actually was that 2-Shan 10 at this point. So he's not far away. He could try and claw this back for a quick hand. Mizder pulls another of the Dora, so it's still only the second Dora we've seen. It does get thrown from Grass, and Mizder picks up the second one straight away. Probably keeping it as a pair here. Probably a Champon weight between the 1 and the North. Unless, see what they pull. Grass calls there for Tenpai. He is now in Tenpai, waiting on a 2-5 Manzu. We are looking at, I think, 2 left in the wall, 2 5s. So he could still sumo this. It is only a 1,000 point hand, I believe. 5, 6, 7, yeah. Koala does get that closed encore of Hatsu. He is not quite in Tenpai. He's Ishan 10. But actually, I was going to say wasn't sure if he would reach, but he's low enough that he probably would actually if he hits Tenpai here, because he has a lot of ground to make up. And with grass throwing out that south, it's not necessarily as likely that grass is going to have much
Riichi.
value. We do get a tempai from Sean. He is allowed to go negative. He is waiting on the 1-4 pin, um, of which there seem to be 3 on the wall. 1-1 pin and 2-4 pins. Um, Koala is bailing here, it looks like. Honestly, fair. Like, you don't want to deal into a dealer, particularly when they've gone that far down. Grass has broken their tempai, so that 5 didn't throw it in. The only person in tempai right now is Sean as the dealer, which honestly is quite a good recovery for him. We do have the 1 pin coming up here for Grass. I don't think he's going to throw it. No, he doesn't. He's in footy 10. I apologize, I missed that. He is in footy 10 with that 1 pin in his thing. Which makes you wonder why Grass didn't throw that 1 pin, but it is fine. He might have been worried about other people. Sean comes back into the positive, so he got back in time. He gets to keep his dealership. He can at least try and make something out of this. We are in East 4-1. The Dora is the 5-mon, of which we see 1, and it is in Koala's hand. Koala's been consistently getting Dora in the starting hand, which is a nice thing. Unfortunately, it hasn't really translated to much in the way of wins, which is, unfortunate. Again, one of those hands that make you go, I guess I'll try and make something out of it, but nothing jumps out as apparent in terms of Yaku. Mr. Similar kind of situation. Maybe a Tanya, but a lot of honors to deal with there, and he gets that pair of 9. So if we look over at Sean, he probably wants a slightly better hand than this if he's trying to get some more dealership points. He really needs the points at this point, but he does have some good shapes. He filled in that 5-pin gap there. He'll probably just get to tempai as quickly as possible and reach. He just needs to keep winning at this point. Grass is probably the prettiest hand here. I believe that's actually Ishan 10 at this point. Not quite a 2-3-4 Sanchoku, but the option is there. Koala not making a lot of progress, is a little bit here, a little bit there. Maybe if he's lucky, get a 5-6-7 Sanshoku, but particularly when you have something like a 6-8 and you're trying to go for 5-6-7, it's very difficult. Grass does hit Tempai there, waiting on a 5-mon or the Dora for a Tanya Dora hand. He might be waiting to try and upgrade that weight, so if he draws the 3-mon or the 7-mon to a 2-sided weight, we'll probably see them reach. For what have we got with Mizder? Mizder's making some progress. Lots of pairs. I think it's 3 pairs in his hand. Was 3 pairs. He's dropped down to 2 pairs. But again, not much in the way of value. It's one of those hands that is never fun. He kind of accept the door though if it comes. Excuse me. Sean is not quite at Tempai. He is Ishan 10 it looks like. But he does need to. He needs a Yaku, or he's going to have to reach. Nothing wrong with reaching, particularly as dealer, but yeah, the weight isn't going to be very nice at this rate. Actually, is he? Yeah, he is Ishan 10. Sorry, just double checking that. So yeah, we are waiting to see what happens here. Koala does draw into a pair of the white dragon, the Haku. However, being 2 out, it is dead as a Yaku, so he's keeping it as safe tiles. Grass still not. Grass potential changes weight here, but would also. I don't know. I think at this point I'd reach. I'd rather take the Kanchan weight reach, but he does not. He shifts to a what looks like a 6. Oh no, this is the 1-4-6 weight. No, never mind. This is a much better weight. At least in terms of number of tiles available. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Oof, and Koala drawing one of the winning tiles, and we'll deal into that. I think. No, he decides to change. He sees no point in winning off Koala. Decides to shift his weight to a 2-8. I'm not quite sure why. I guess they're trying to aim for Mizder at this point and knock other people down. I don't know. Yeah, Grass has made a couple interesting decisions here. Yeah, oh, that's right. He could have shifted to Sanshoku when he had that two mon, but oh well. Um, yeah. Again, this is a five. This is a wait on. Mr. is now in Tenpai, waiting on a 2-5 mon. Footy 10 on the one so for grass. Thank you, Wacky Town. We do have a break in. So I'm trying to keep track. A break in Tenpai from Mr. No, they're not. They're still waiting on the 4. Um, so we shall see what happens there. There's some very weird playing there from grass. Yeah, the footy 10 didn't help, but it was making me wonder why I shifted footy 10 in the first place at that point. Might as well just stay waiting on the Dora. We are in South 1 finally. Grass is dealer again. The Dora is the Hudson. Sorry, no, the dealer is. The dealer is the Haku. I apologize. See, I'm going to keep making these mistakes. I apologize. We see a very nice starting hand for Sean here. He has the pair of the Dora in his hand. He's got a pair of his of the round win in his hand. He's got one of each of the other dragons. So, if he manages to to pair those up, even Daisungen is not out of the realm of possibility. For his position, that's a great starting hand. I mean, other than getting like Tenho or something, but yeah. We look over at.
Riichi.
Oh, wait, we have a quick reach here from Koala for a 7 pair hand, waiting on the 8 bamboo, which is, I mean, considering that 5 bamboo at the beginning, is, you might actually see a decent. There's probably a decent chance someone will throw into it. Sean does get a pair. He does discard the possibility of Daisangen, which is probably good because he wouldn't have gotten it with the pair of Hatsu in Koala's hand, but he doesn't know that. We could see 7 pairs from Sean at this point. The Chun is going to be a pair. He can't make that a triplet there, and getting both the Haku and the seat win might be a tall order. He does break the Chun completely, which is, yeah, fair. He's not going to make a Yaku out of it. There's still. Oh, never mind. I was going to say there's still 3 8s in the wall. Never mind. Koala Tsumo's it. So Chitoi reach Chitoi Dora 2. Doesn't get any Dora. It's still 9,000 points. Something he desperately needed. Shifts himself to the dealership, puts himself in the driving seat, hopefully. At least going forward. Has what looks like potentially be a Honitsu starting hand. No Dora, but can easily accept it. A pair of North. So yeah, this is looking like very much a Honitsu hand here. We move on to Mr., who has not a bad starting hand. A couple completed blocks, 3 completed blocks actually, but also a pair and the Hatsu. So he's got a very fast hand there. Excuse me. I think he's 2 Shanten at the moment. I could be wrong. Sean is back in the negative with Koala Tsumo, but he does have a close triplet of the East, which doesn't do much for him. He has a close triplet of the 8 Manzu as well, so maybe Sanranko, 3 close triplets. We shall see. 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku, not out of the realm of possibility either, if he can get some of the Manzu there. So we'll see what happens. He does have one of the Dora in his hand, which is nice. We look over at Grass. Not doing too badly. He's got some decent blocks. He's got that triplet of 8s. Still a few tiles away, but making progress. Koala has finished that group of Norths. So he has what, 1? Oh, that's even better. 1, 2, 2 half blocks and a pair. So he's got he's 2 Shanten. Will he call for it? Probably. But he needs Grass to start throwing away some of those Sozu. I do wonder if he'll call the 6 Sozu if Grass throws it. He could pawn the 6 Sozu. Or Chi it. We shall see. Sean's hand not making a lot of progress. He's picked up the 2 Manzu. Ooh, he does throw it. He does get the pawn. So he is now Ishan 10. His pair is missing as a thing. So he needs the East, which won't be happening because Sean hasn't, or the 9 So, which will give him the pair and probably the best weight. Or else we have a reach from Grass here, sorry, for a it's a Champon weight on the 5 pin and the 1 So for a reach only. I believe that it would be 40 fu though. Um, Sumo.
Each.
So, oh, Sean does hit Tenpai here, waiting on the 3-6-0. Unfortunately, the 6-0 is mostly dead. Koala decides to bail. He could still go for Tanya though. We get the 3 there from
One.
Grass, which does deal into Sean. Very nice thing for Sean. Unfortunate for Koala, he cannot catch a break on his dealership. I think everyone else has won at least one hand on the dealership except Koala. Um, we move into South 3. Koala needs a massive turnaround. He needs a Baimon to get within range of Grass. It doesn't need it straight away, but we now look at this and see that Grass has the closed triplet of the Red Dragon in his starting hand. Mizder has a closed triplet of the White Dragon in his starting hand. Koala has a closed
Home.
triplet of Eastmon in his starting hand. Like, this is one of those hands where everyone's got everything, so someone is going to get bopped. And just have to see who. Like, Sean doesn't have much. He's got a Dora at least. So does Koala. Koala making some nice progress here. Is actually an Ishan 10 with potentially very nice weight.
Key.
Like, he's got a. I guess it's a perfect Ishan 10. Can you have perfect Ishan 10 on a non-Pifu hand? Either way, regardless of what he draws to get to Tenpai, he will be have a two-sided weight. So either it's the 1 of 4 or it's the 5-8 pins. Um, it's not the Baimon-esque hand he needs, though. Grass seems to be pushing for a Toy Toy hand here. Potentially a Toy Toy Honitsu, which would be quite nice. But it will slow them down. No, I want to say slow them down, but it's one of those ones that he still needs another pair in there to get there, or he's going to be on a Tunky weight. Oh, he did disconnect for a second. He's in and out there. That's unfortunate for Grass. We'll see how long that survives. Mizder is opening up, trying to get what looks like just a quick win. He just wants, that is Tuhan with his Haku and his Dora. Grass is back, which is good. Now he has to decide if he wants a Honitsu or not, because he has got that other pair he needs. I would guess he'd throw the South here. But maybe he's disconnected again and he's going to sumo this, which would be unfortunate. He does sumo and yes, he
Each.
is. Totoro does hit Tenpai, waiting on the 5-8, of which there are 6 left in the wall. This is a very nice weight for him. And with Grass being disconnected is actually quite fortunate for Totoro. I hate winning off someone who's discarded, but Grass is second place, so Grass is the person Totoro wants to hit directly the most. Hope we don't get. Oh, we'll have to see here if Mr. pushes or not, and whether Totoro will take the win. He probably will. But we're getting to the territory where he might try and sort of pick and choose his wins and who they come from. He obviously, if he passes up on Mizder, he can't win off Grass, so he'd probably take it anyway. But the Tsumo itself doesn't help much. Still waiting on 1, 2, 3, 4. Still 4 left in the wall. Waiting to see what happens. Waiting to see if it comes out. Because if Grass pulls it before they come back, it's coming straight out, and Totoro will get a win off Grass. Sean might try and push here. Yeah, I'm going for a bit of a Tanyao. Oh, never
Sumo.
mind. 8 sumos. So a Riichi Sumo Dora. Does he hit any Ura? He does too for the Mangan. So that is a very nice start for him. That puts him only within Mangan of both first and second. Like just under. He needs more than a Mangan, but a Mangan Sumo. I believe. Yeah, Mangan Sumo would be enough to get him first place at this point. So this is a very nice position for Koala to be in. Both Mizder and Grass have come down. Grass is still disconnected. The Dora is the Chun. We see one in Sean and one in Grass's hand. Koala has some decent shapes. He doesn't have that Mangan. He doesn't have the Mangan shape at the moment, which is unfortunate. Like the value isn't there, and particularly because the value is in the Chun or in the honor tiles, it's going to be hard to work it in there. So he's going to have to find a way of stacking Yaku. And his tiles are not showing that. Ikitsukan is a potential one here, so the straight throughs are 1 through 9 of a suit for Koala is possible. So a Riichi Pinfu Ikitsukan if he can get it. Oh, it wouldn't be Pinfu at this point, but if he can, Ikitsukan's 2 if it's closed. The reach would be 3. If he tsumos it, that's 4. And just has to hit it with a Dora there. But the path is there. But he still needs an 8, a 5, and a 3. So we'll see what happens. If he opens, his value drops significantly. So I don't think we'll see him open. Grass is still disconnected, which is unfortunate. He might still end up in. I mean, there's a potential result here of everyone being no 10 and Grass ends up in second. There's no way of Grass ending in first, unfortunately, unless Koala wins a small hand off of Mr., I think. But I don't see Koala doing that. We get Mr. pawning these things for a Tenpai, waiting on a Tuso or a 5-pin. The 5-pin, not likely to come out. The Tuso is not, so potentially, without a mistake from Sean, that's a dead weight. Unless Grass comes back and decides to throw it. So we'll see what happens there. I don't see Sean make a mistake. He's completed that now. That is most likely just to be a dead weight for Mr., unfortunately. There's not much he can do there, unless he changes his weight, of course. Koala not being able to get the Tenpai is just not there, and that is going to be frustrating. He is calling here for... It is Tenpai, but there are no... Oh, and there is a shift there. There are no... there's no Yaku for him, it looks like.
No.
And Grass does deal into Mr. Sanshoku Dora. That is going to hurt for Koala, because he does not get... He ends up in third, even with Grass disconnected. That's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. So that's the final scores. It does look with the Oka, so it is a... is that 30? I think it's a 30-10. Yeah, it looks like a 30-10 Uma with a 20 Oka. So 50-10, -10, -30. That is rough for Koala to end up with that. Nice play by Mizder to just finish it off there. Sean, just a bit of bad luck getting hit by that Mangan, Dealer Mangan, I think it was. Or was it just a straight Paimon, actually, during it being disconnected. That's the way Mahjong goes, particularly in online Mahjong. You do get these. That is... Oh... That's gotta suck. Well, I will take a look at where we stand. I don't know if the scores have been updated or anything yet. Looks like there are still 2 games going. My understanding is the games will start roughly on the hour. It is possible that they do seem to be waiting for all the games to finish, so we might start running late. Sorry, just sort of checking with Totoro. He's like, yeah, it took too many Tsumos. Dora Hanses didn't win. He pulled a lot of Dora and just wouldn't happen. Wouldn't come. Okay. Okay, do we have scores? First round is finished. Players will have a 5-minute break. So it looks like the games will start up again at the on the hour, and the which means that we will be able to start watching it at 5 past the hour. If people have any preferences on who to watch for the second round, please let me know. Again, I will say it will have to be an Australian player, but within the Australian players, feel free to let me know. I don't know if that is updated. I'm going to see if I can get some of the scores up, but I can't really. We'll look at the scores a bit, but this doesn't seem to be. So I'm trying a few things in terms of loading it, and it doesn't seem to. Because it's not the right page. Oh yeah, there we go. Can I make that bigger? No, that's stuck. Okay, that's annoying. Sorry, still new to some elements of OBS, so I'm changing things a little bit. So if I change that to that, does that extend it? Yes, we can extend it out. Sweet. So I'm going to try and get that a bit longer so we can hit scores. I will ask, can people read that? Is that readable or not really? Um, I'll see if I can take a look at what it's like on live, but not that one. What I might do is just make it a bit bigger for now. So we're going to try and bring up the stream itself on YouTube so I can see what you guys are seeing. Yeah, that's a bit hard to see, isn't it? Smaller version, larger version maybe. I'll put it up for now. It's top 35. We can see Triton and AKTK both had decent starting matches. It looks like they both took firsts, which is a good start for Team Australia. We'll have to go and see what the rest of what who's that? Triton, no, Rariel, what Rariel managed to get. So we had Totoro come in third. Unfortunately, Rariel was unfortunately in fourth place with a negative 34.4. So the current team. Oh god. I'm just going to put some of these on the screen to be honest, because as much as I'd like to read some of these out, I think at this point there's the team rankings and the bottom of the player rankings. As you can see, Australia's not doing too badly. We're in fourth place in the team rankings. Ukraine is at first. They seem to have gotten a lot of big wins to start with. The US also a couple wins. Chinese Taipei just above that. I'm not sure what's going on with Austria's score there. I'm guessing they must be 0. But we shall see. People Republic of China and Japan coming in 5 and 6, followed by the Russian Federation, France, and then Austria. Vietnam very far down the bottom, with Republic of Korea and Great Britain only a 0.3 separating them, with only 0.1 separating Argentina and Great Britain. That's a very tight race there. But one game, there's 4 more to go. There is so much left to happen. Anything can still happen. Question Jay, when you say it's a bit small, is that better now or could it be bigger? Are you saying? Try and cover things. That looks like a decent thing for the team rankings. Hopefully people can read that pretty well. The players, unfortunately, there's only so much I can do with that one. Yeah, it looks like games will be starting shortly. Yeah. So, not a bad start for Australia. Could have gone better. Obviously, you could have it. You could have had Ukraine start. Looks like Ukraine had 2 of the top firsts. All their players got first, so that's a great start for Ukraine. US got 1, 2, 3 firsts. It looks like. Yeah, Mister being the third one. Chinese Taipei got 1. Australia got 2. But Chinese Taipei got a second and Australia didn't. Australia got a third and a fourth. So Taipei being the closest contender for us. Hong Kong's an interesting one. Like they got a first, but they're negative overall, so their other games must have been a bit rougher in terms of results. Okay, so our next I'm going to bring up the scores. I think no, that's crap. That's that. Apologies. Trying to. So I thought I had the setup, and apparently I didn't. Okay, so our games for second round, we have Great Britain, Australia, Argentina, China, which is Koala. We have Rario playing France, USA, and China. We're up against China in three of these. Third game is Trayton against Russia, Korea, and China. And we have AKTK up against Brazil, Japan, and USA. Now, I was actually thinking of going for AKTK. However, he does have Mizder in there again. So I'm thinking I might see if we can go for someone else. We might go for Rariel or Trayton here. Rariel is going up against France, US, and China. It's probably not a bad one to look at. We'll see how that goes. The other option is Trayton against Russia, Korea, and China. I'll let you guys have a bit of input on that if you want. Let me know if anything. Otherwise, I'll pick one and we will go from there. We have, what is it, 3 minutes probably until the start. No, games have not actually started yet. So we still have at least 5 minutes until things start. So we shall see. I'm not sure what's going on with the one game that's sitting in there. Must have been a disconnect game that they were testing initially because it started potentially a few hours ago. Can I look into the game? Nope, the game doesn't exist. Okay. Yeah, must just be a bug in Nintendo at this point. Okay. How are we going? So the games have not started yet, so we will have 5 minutes once the games do start before we can actually view them. So they haven't. We will wait that. This is, for those who might be joining us late, this is the online International Online Reach Mahjong Championships. The qualifiers. So this is a set of 5 individual games, and the top, I believe it's top 32. I'm actually going to check that quickly here. So yeah, so my understanding is there are players from what looks. How many countries is it on the? I am so good at this. 19 countries, 4 players from each country. The top 32 players will go through to the final, the individual tournament next week, and each player has their score attributed to their country, and the top, I believe it's the top 8 countries go through to the team tournament, which will be next week as well. Australia did actually win the team tournament last year, so we are defending our title in that respect. In the individual tournament, we had one of our players come third overall in the final table. So, you know, we've got a bit of skin in this game. We have a few things to try and protect, so we are aiming to do that again this year. The roster is slightly different this year, as the players change from year to year. So we will see if we can repeat our performances. We have some confidence and believe that. The Australian players this year are Koala, or Totoro, as a lot of people might know them, who is representing Sydney. We have AKTK, also from Sydney. We have Trayton, who is from Adelaide, and we have Rariel, who is from Brisbane. So, players from all over the country representing us. Hopefully, we're going to repeat what we did last year and win again, but we shall see. We have completed one of the 5 rounds in these qualifiers, and there will be 4 more. The rules seem to be Akanashi Tenho, so no red Dora. Actually, I need to double check if double run. It might be WRC rules, sorry. I believe I was told it was WRC rules with Oka. So there is a plus 20 point bonus for first place. Otherwise, it is 30, 10 UMA. So first place will get 50 points, 30 plus 20. Second place will get 10, third place gets -10, and fourth place gets -30, which then gets added to your score at the end of the game, which ends up being your total score. So those who might play Reach Mahjong regularly will understand that, but for those who don't, that's why I'm trying to go into a bit more detail there. If you have any questions, do let us know in chat. If you enjoy what we're doing, like the stream, subscribe to us. We do try and do some of these commentaries whenever there are these tournaments happening, particularly if there are Australians involved. We did there was a tournament recently between the Australian Reach Mahjong Association and the Reach Nomi Club over in New York City, which we did. You can find some of those streams on our channel. We also streamed our qualifiers for this, so you can see how we actually ended up with the 4 players for this, which is also on our channel. So yeah, if you do enjoy having some Reach Mahjong content in English, please, like and subscribe. And does this make me a real YouTuber if I can say like and subscribe? But yeah, so if you are interested, please subscribe. The more people we have, the more that we can see people are interested in, and the more people that are interested, the more we might try and, we might start doing other tournaments in other areas that might not be directly to Australia. All the more Reach content for you to consume in English. Okay, let's check in on the games. The games have started. I think we will go with Trayton, who is playing China, Korea, and Russia. We had a very Eurocentric team last time. In Koala's game, we had USA, Great Britain, Singapore. Obviously, Singapore is not Eurocentric, but still. This time we will have China, Korea, and Russia, very Asian-centric. Continental Asia. So we will be following Trayton. Is he actually showing up as Trayton? Yes, he is. Okay. Sorry, Trayton goes by other names sometimes, so I need to make sure I have the right one set up. The game will start, we'll be able to view the game in about 3 minutes, so we will be going through that. Keeps changing there. Okay, sorry, some weird things happening with my chat and stuff. Oh, I was actually scrolled up in chat. I didn't see that JK Shiny J, which I'm pretty sure is JK's, had responded to me. I apologize. Yeah. Also, again, apologies in advance for any mistakes I make in the future. It is getting later and later here. We have now passed 11 p.m. Australia time. We will be with you. I will be here commenting through to the end, but I might start making some mental mistakes as we go, so I do apologize in advance. I do have my caffeine here, but caffeine can only help so much. And also drinking water to keep myself hydrated. Okay, so what have we got going here? Okay, so we have Trayton, who will be playing against Pingu, No Named, and Naja. No Named is the Russian representative, Pingu is the Korean representative, and Naja is the Chinese representative. I'm actually happy the Chinese representative has a name that is not kanji, because while I can read Japanese to a certain extent, Chinese, unfortunately, is beyond me at this point. So I don't have to try and figure out what to call them. That doesn't mean I'm going to avoid the Chinese players that do have them, by the way. I'll be picking purely upon what looks interesting to watch from the Australian matches. But yeah. Okay, let's get those scores off the screen for now. Because we are about to hit start time for the next game, about 1 minute away. Maybe later in the tournament I might try and have a small version of the scores, or at least team scores, up in the top right, but I'm not sure how visible it's going to be. And so let me know if you think that will be useful to you, or if it's not really worth trying to put there. You'd mostly have to go by the flags, I think. Okay. Are there any other tournaments coming up we can talk about? I don't think there is. Like all the other streams I've done recently, I've been pumping this one. It's like, oh, this is coming up. We'll give this a shot. So, I will say that assuming Australia qualifies either as a team if Australia qualifies as a team, then we will be here next week, following Australia's progression through the team tournament. If Australian individuals qualify, then we will potentially be here next week as well. If it's only the individuals, I need to sort of double check my schedule and stuff. I do want to try and be here, but it is one of those. The time of day is a bit difficult. Okay, we are into the second Hanchan of this tournament. Trayton from Australia, who we are following, is in the west seat. Naja from China is in the north seat. No Named from Russia is in the dealer seat to start with, and Pingu from Korea, I think I said it was Korea, is in the south seat. Excuse me. No Named came second in his previous game. Pingu came third, and Naja came fourth, whereas our own Trayton came first. So Australia playing for extra points here. Hopefully it's going to go more in our favor, but we shall see. We are starting in East 1. The Dora is the 5-pin. Naja has 3 of them in their hand. So they're looking at a very nice hand there, if they can complete it, and some decent blocks too. I think they're Ishan 10 at this, but yeah, they're 1 away from being ready here. No Name, the dealer, has, a Tanya hand, it looks like. Not really any chance of Sanshoku, so probably just a Pinfu Tanyo. But, not a bad hand, particularly as dealer. We look over here at Pingu, who has what looks like probably a Chanta hand, maybe with an Ipeiko there in that Manzu. Or potentially a Ryampeko if he gets really lucky with the Pinzu and the 7, 8, 9s. But we shall see. Not much further progress from the others. It looks like Naja is a little closer, increased their acceptance a little bit with that swap of the 9 so out. Pingu does get that Ipeiko in the Pinzu. Will he take it by throwing the 9, or no? He throws the south for now. He's in a very nice position there. Doesn't have the value of the 5 pins, but other than that, okay. Now he's just looking at toy Sanko type situations. Like, this is where things just get a bit silly. Sanrenkon is not a Yaku that is used. I think it's Sanrenkon in most online Mahjong, which is where you have either 3 triplets in a row, so like a triple Ipeiko, or 3 consecutive triplets. Basically the same thing, but they're interpreted differently. We do have a Tenpai here from No Name. He is waiting on a 3-6 Sozu. I think there is 1 left in the wall. The 6 is his higher weight. It will give him Ipeiko as well, but he currently has Tanyao. Ooh, that's going to hurt Trayton. I'm pretty sure it's a dealer Mangan there. Pinfu, Tanyao, Dora. Wait, no, he didn't get the Ipeiko. Never mind. So it's only 5-8. Could have been worse, but not the way we want to start this. I'm going to start thinking that, as if I'm watching any of these players, I'm giving them bad luck, and I don't want that. But oh well, that is what it is. It's the commentator's curse. We are into East 1-1. No Name gets to keep his dealership. The Dora is the Tuso. We see one of them in Pingu's hand, who also has a pair of the Wests, which doesn't help him much, but can still act as a pair. He's also got a pair in the 7s. We'll see what he can do with that. Trayton, a couple pairs, a couple blocks. He's actually got 3 pairs in his hand, which is, I don't know. I think the general theory is that 3 pairs is not good. You generally want 2 pairs, it's nice and flexible, but 3 is a few too many. 4, you can start looking at 7 pairs, but 3 is that kind of middle ground that is just like, nah, you don't really want to be there unless you are seriously considering 7 pairs, or there's another reason to have them all, like an Ipeiko situation. So Trayton does pick up that potential Ipeiko there. We look over at Naja, who doesn't have as many Dora this time. He does also potentially have an Ipeiko. There's lots of pairs going around. That 5 so is a bit of an odd choice there, I guess. I mean, I can see it a bit, but yeah, it's one of those. I would have thrown the 8 so, I think, but I'm not. That's just me, and I don't claim to be the 7 Dan that Naja is. So, I'm sure they had a valid reason. No Name does chi that though, hitting Tenpai in his next draw, waiting on a 3-6, which Pingu throws in after the Khan, giving No Name, no Doras, but No Name does get an extra turn as dealer. That finished very quickly. We are still in East 2 now. The Dora is the 6 man, of which we see none. We do see 2 pairs of Wests, one in Pingu and one in Trayton's hand. It is Trayton's win, so he'll probably want to try and pawn that if it comes from Pingu, but we'll see what happens. There's a Dora in Trayton's hand now as well. Naja does have a closed triplet of the Red Dragons, which, is always nice to have without having to sort of call for it. Some nice shapes, a few middle weights to deal with, but we'll see what happens. Not much in the way of value outside of that dragon, though. He's probably holding on to I was going to say he's probably holding on to other dragons to try and get some value, but he seems to have discarded that now. No Name looks like, again, another Tanyao hand. He's got a 3-sided weight currently in the Pinzu, which is just filled in, so that won't be his final weight. He is Ishan 10 at this point. If he draws a 6, so he will still have that 3-sided weight, so he's a very nice hand there. But it will mean he won't have any Dora. He still also has the potential of a 4-5-6 Sanshoku. That is not Tenpai. Sorry, I was just going to say it's Tenpai and I realized it's not. He has broken the potential 3-sided weight, opting to confirm the Tanyao. With the 3-sided weight, he could have potentially had a 9-saw win, which would have lost Tanyao. He does pick up a Dora. It kind of makes his pair weight. He's making a lot of decisions here, trying to keep it as open as possible. Yeah, this is. I think they really want to get the Dora in there, and I'm not sure how that's going to work out for them because they still have to make that pair, and nothing really sits well. That 3-6 Manzu maybe. But yeah, we get a Tenpai from Naja, who then reaches, waiting on the 6-9 Pinzu for a Reach Dora Chun. So currently it is 5,200 points. I believe I'm doing my math right. We get a Tenpai here from No Name. He does hit Tenpai. He is waiting on a 3-6, like I was saying. He does get that. We get the 9 here. He gets thrown in. We'll deal into Naja, so that will be 5,002 unless he hits any Dora. Ura, sorry. He does, so that is Mangan. So that's going to knock off most of No Name's previous winnings, putting Naja straight into the lead. Trayton is in 4th, and am I reading this right? Yeah, sorry. No Name is still in 2nd, but yeah, Trayton is in 4th. The cap's not too bad, nothing unsurmountable at this point, but Trayton needs some wins here. He has potential Sanchoku Chanta in his hand at the moment. He is Ishan 10 away from that, which is pretty good. Is the stream a little bit quiet? Can I have some more confirmation? Like, I had one person comment that the stream might be quiet. If that's the case, I can try and put things up. Otherwise, we have a quick Tenpai here from Pingu. He is waiting on a 1-4 man for double ton only, it looks like. There is the Dora. Oh, he Tsumos it. I was going to say the Dora on in No Name's hand, but never mind. Dealer gets 1,500 all. Oh, wait, no, 1,000 all. I can't do math. And yeah, we are into East 2-2 straight away. That hand kind of went very quickly. I apologize. I did not catch most of it. The Dora here is the 4-man. Pingu does not have any, though he could probably work it into his hand. He does have some nice blocks for calling. Like, as he does, he's got that double East again. He is Ishan 10 as well, but only has that double ton. I mean, as dealer, double ton is not. It's never going to be only a double ton, so it's not too bad. He could shift to Toy Toy if he draws some the 1-3 man or the 5 pin, but we'll see what happens. Trayton is one of the Doras. He's got that 2-4-6-8 shape. That's always an annoying one. That is Tenpai for Pingu, waiting on the 2-man. For the exact same hand as last time. There is one in Naja's hand, probably not coming out though, and the others are in the wall. However, oh no, it gets changed. It is now a 1-man weight, of which there is 2 in the wall. I was going to say that I don't think the 2-man would come out from Trayton if he pulled it because it fits in his hand, but that's a moot point now. Naja moves forward. He's got, is that Ishan 10 it looks like? Potential Ipeiko hand there as well. Pingu shifts his weight again. I'm not quite sure why. Because this looks exactly the same from his perspective. Like there's the one man, there's still the 9 so out there he can see. He gets that too. So if he kept it, he'd be fine. Anyway, we are still, and there's the one that's got to hurt for Pingu. He's drawn 2 of his winning tiles in a row now after moving away from them. But the 2 9 so are still on the wall. Trayton is Ishan 10 at the moment, still trying to get to that Tenpai. He does have a Dora. He's looking to be Tanyo Dora 1 for 2,000 points. Naja has made no progress in the last 3 draws. Pingu! Why? Oh, I would hate to be Pingu right now. He shifted his weight again to a slightly better weight this time. I believe it's a 4, 5, 7? No, just a 5, 7 weight. No, 4, 5, 7 weight. Of which Naja does draw 1. However, he does deal in the process. I'm not sure if Pingu's happy there or not. I mean, obviously he is because he won, but after all those sort of the game just giving him crap whenever he changed his weight, I guess a win's a win, so it's always good. We start the East 2-2. We have Trayton with an Ipeiko and Sanshoku chance in the 7-8-9s. We'll see if he gets it, but that Ipeiko is almost certain to be something. Naja looking more like a Tanyo situation. The Dora is the 3 so. Neither of those 2 players have one. Neither of them can really... Oh, Trayton could potentially use it. We look over at No Name, also no Dora. We actually don't see any of the Dora at the moment, except for Trayton's just drawn it. No Named, some interesting shapes. He's going to have to work a bit to get him somewhere. He's got a nice 2-sided shift there. He's probably trying to keep that 1-2 so to accept the Dora. Not too bad. Pingu, still on his dealership. Some nice shapes. Threatening with that double ton again if he draws another one. But his hand doesn't look quite as nice as it has in some of the other ones. He's got his 5 blocks, and he's got 2 of them complete now. So he's making progress. He's given up on the double ton. Trayton has thrown away his Ipeiko, opting to go more for Sanshoku, I think. Maybe. Or just trying to go for the widest Tenpai. We are looking over at Naja, who's got 2 close triplets now. However, one might be a thing. If he draws the 8, he's going to have a nice 3-sided weight. We have a Tenpai here from Pingu. He is waiting on the 3-mon. However, he has no Yaku, so that 3-mon from Trayton he can't actually win on it. I'm not sure why he hasn't reached. I guess he wants a better weight, but it's one of those ones that he can't really get a better weight. If he draws the 1, then his weight's the same. If he draws the 5, sure, it's a better weight, but it's not the usual situation where either side of his middle weight will give him a better weight, only one side. So I feel like as dealer, he's better off just reaching there. Like he doesn't have a chance of shifting to Tanya or anything. It's just, I guess actually no, if he draws the 8 Manzu, he does get a 3-sided weight. He gets a 369 weight. So there is some things possible. It's just one of those. He seems to have broken his Tenpai there. Potentially opting to shift into Tanyo, I think. No Named is in Tenpai, has reached, is waiting on a 6-7. So either the 6 for a 5-6-7 block or the 7 and for a 7 pair. Sorry, a 7 bamboo pair, I should say, not 7 pair. However, 3 of the 7s are in Naja's hand, so they are not likely to come out. 2 of the 6s are in Pingu's hand, also not likely to come out. 1 6, there's only 1 6 left potential for No Name to win on. Still on the wall. It might come out, like Pingu will hold it, but either Trayton or Naja could very potentially throw it. Trayton might keep it and shift more to Tanya, but he generally seems to be folding anyway at this point. That is Tenpai, I think, for Naja, waiting on a 3-6 pin. However, he has no Yaku. That Chi has removed Tanyo's from the equation, so he's just going for Tenpai at this point. He wants his Tenpai payments. Sorry, just trying to make sure our stream volume is okay. And there's the Tenpai in the end. Sorry, I had to look away for a second there. No Named and Naja being the only two in Tenpai. We move around finally. Trayton's dealership. The Dora is the 9-pin, of which we see 0 again. However, Naja does have a nice closed triplet of the Red Dragon and a pair of Easts, so he's got a very nice calling hand there. However, the rest of his blocks are kind of shitty. A bit in the Manzu there, so he could potentially get a Honitsu, Ton, Chun, Mangan there. That's a decent shape. That makes it a bit harder. Doesn't opt to try and force Sanchoku, which would probably be a bit much. He does push going for the Honitsu, it looks like, so he's got that Ton. He does have to fill in those Manzu though. We look over at No Named. Lots of pins or dots. But he does have completed shape in the Manzu, so we might just see a reach Pinfu from him. Or he might shift to a Chinitsu in Pinzu. Pingu, on the other hand, looks to be shifting towards a Honitsu or potential Chinitsu in Bamboo. But is still a ways away. He could also potentially get straight through the Ikitsukan. We get a Tenpai here from Naja and immediately gets it for that Mangan. So Naja extends his lead. Trayton actually comes up into 3rd from that. So yes, he lost his dealership, but hey, he moved up a place. So the Dora is the 4-pin. Trayton starts with 1 in his hand. His other shapes, some there, but he still has a lot of work to do, particularly on that right side of that hand. Naja starts with a pair of Wests. They're not that useful to him, but hey, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pairs now, so he could potentially go for a 7-pair hand. Or call all of it and get a Toy. I'm not sure there's much worth in that, to be honest. Especially with one of the pairs being the 3-pin, which shows the door indicator. We look over at No Named, who is, again, 3 pairs. Some shapes, not much value. He can accept the door, though. Pingu, on the other hand, looking like a very nice Tanyo hand. He's got an Ipeiko possibility there. This is one of those cases where having multiple pairs is good. Like, he's got 4, but they're in a situation where you're not likely to go for 7 pairs because they're all in other shapes. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. He does Vidora, so Pingu's got the nicest hand here. Potentially very nice. Like, he won't get Sanshoku, but, he'll get almost Tanyo, Ipeiko, Dora out of it. So, or he could go 7 pairs with that 5th pair. And it does seem like he's going in that direction. Not guaranteed, he can still shift back to a Pinfu. However, yeah. But the double Dora, if he'd thrown the 5-pin instead, it would have been better. Oh well, this is Mahjong. This is what happens. He does seem to be going for the 7 pairs, though. Trayton, on the other hand, is making progress. He's, I believe, 2 Shanten away. He does have that Dora. We do get a Tenpai over from No Named, who was waiting on a pair weight of the 2 Manzu and 8 Pinzu. Pingu hits Tenpai at the same time, waiting on the 7 Bamboo. Oh, Jesus Christ. A 3rd Reach, also a Chi Toy, waiting on the 1 pin. So we have 2 Chi Toys. Trayton is dodging. He's just hoping not to deal in. It looks like we're going to deal in from Pingu here. Dealing into No Named, which is going to reach Tanyao, Dora, no Uda. So that is going to knock Trayton back into last place. Not much luck for his Dragon players. He does have an interesting starting hand. No Dora, but he does have a pair of his own wind and another pair of winds. He could look potential Chanta here. We'll see what he does. We look, what is a Dora? Dora's a 4-man. Let's see what we have. We have 1 in Naja's hand, 2 in Pingu's hand. Pingu looks potentially like another Tanyao hand. We'll see if he gets it. Potential 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku as well. So he could, again, potentially have quite a nice hand there. We look over at Naja, 1, 2, 3 Sanchok potential. He's got that pair of Chun as well he can call, and that one Dora to deal with somehow. Trayton moving closer towards that Chanta. We get a Tempai here from No Named, waiting on the 2-mon only. Naja gets his Chun. He is not Tempai yet, but he's getting there. No Name's hand is worth 1 Han, but 4, 8. If he sumos, it will be 40 fu, I think. Otherwise, it is only 30 fu. Trayton does get that north. He does need that west, though, or else... Oh, no, he's still looking at potential Chanta. If he draws the 3-pin or the 1-mon, he could still be in Tempai and have a Yaku. We shall see. The question happens is, if someone drops west, does he call it or not? Naja shifting to a more calling it. Maybe he's pushing for Toy Toy. I'm not 100% sure. No Name not shifting his hand. Trayton dodging, dealing in there, which is, I mean, I don't know if he's intentionally doing it, but, you know, good call either way. Either good instincts or good decisions. We do get Naja dealing in there, though. Into the dealer for that 1,000. 1 on 30, so it was 1 on 30. Unless it's mode. I don't have chat up. Overall level's a bit low. Comparisons in the game. The sound is good. Okay. So yeah. Where are we at? I might try and push our volumes up a little bit. Is that this one? No, that's fine. Okay. The mic volume is pretty much maxed. I'm not going to play with that too much, and I'm guessing that's the main one, the issue. So if it is a bit low for you, I apologize. You might have to put your own sound up a bit. If it becomes an issue for multiple people, please let me know. I will do my best to try and fix it for next time, but I don't want to dive into the op settings right now to try and fix it. If people want the game sound to be a bit higher, I can do that, but debatable whether that's worth it or not. Since I'm guessing you're more interested in what I'm saying than the clickety-clackies from the game. Hopefully. We are in South 1-1 still. The door is the 7-pin. We see 2 over Naja's hand. They do have a pair of Haku to call as well, potentially, but 1 is out, so we'll see what happens there. They probably want to open. Maybe... No, not Honitsu. That seems a bit weird. No Name has that East potential call. No Dora. We do have a Tempai here from Pingu, who does give a Dora to get there. It is a Reach Pinfu... Yeah, just a Reach Pinfu Dora, so 3-9. Waiting on the 3-6 Sozu, of which 5 are still in the wall. So we shall see if 3-6 fits into most people's hand. The 6 doesn't fit into Naja's. The rest can use both of them, I think. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see if anyone pushes here. Never mind, Pingu Tsumos. So that'll be 4 on 20, I believe. So 1, 3, 2, 6. No, 2K, 4K. I can't do math. I think he hit a door there. Anyway, that changes things up a little bit. No Named is back into 3rd. Actually, yeah, my God. I think that did shift that up. Pingu is knocking on Naja's door now, and Trayton is still struggling to get out of that 4th place. He hasn't lost anything. He just hasn't had a chance to win. The Dora is the 8 so. Trayton does have 1 in his hand and some nice blocks. Maybe this is his hand. Hopefully. He needs something. Naja also has a Dora in his hand. Some nice Sozu blocks, some nice bamboo blocks. The other tiles are a bit more up in the air. Looking over at No Named, he's got that pair of the Hatsu, which could be useful, and some nice blocks elsewhere. But his bamboos are a bit, out in the cold. So some progress there, not much value. We'll see what happens. Pingu, on the other hand, has potential Ipeiko. We do get a pawn there from No Name for the Hatsu, so he has gone that route to open it, which means his hand is almost certainly going to be 1 Han. So Pingu's got the potential Ipeiko. Naja has a Dora in his hand. He does have 1 in his hand and some nice blocks elsewhere. But his bamboos are a bit, out in the cold. So some progress there, not much value. Pingu, on the other hand, has potential Ipeiko. We do get a pawn there from No Name for the Hatsu, so he has gone that route to open it, which means his hand is almost certainly going to be 1 Han. His other blocks, that 1-2 in the Pinzu could be difficult to fill in, just because it's an edge weight. Trayton got in some nice blocks. He's got potential 6-7-8 Sunshoku as well. But it looks like he might just push for a Tanyao type hand if he can, or just he's got too many pairs for Pinfu. He does get that, which is nice. We look over at Naja, who's definitely going for the Tanya route, though he could still fall out of it if he gets like the 9-pin or something. Actually, no, he can't. The 9-pin is dead. As in, it's 4 of them have been discarded. So, 6, 7, 8 potential Sanshoku, Tanya, Dora potential for Naja. If they can hit Tenpai. They do need that 7 Manzu or the 6-pin. However, we have no name hitting Tenpai here, waiting on a 5-pin only. There are 2 left in the wall. It would just be 1,000 points. There is no way for him to get more points out of that at this point. Trayton has shifting more to that Tanyao. He's got those 2 Dora. His hand might just be that little bit too slow for this round. Like he might get there, he might not. Pingu is Ishan 10. Potential, like he's got some nice shapes there. He could potentially get 2 different 2-sided weights. We do get Trayton opening here. Not a bad call. Puts him into Ishan 10. Naja calls that, also hitting Ishan 10. I think we get the hitting Tenpai, sorry. 4, 5, 6 Tanya. The 4, 7 Tanya. Pingu does get it and deals in. So ends up being Tanya Dora only for 2,000 points, but from where Naja's sitting, that's fine. We are into South 3. Trayton, good luck. This is your dealership. This is where you can get your points back. He does start with some higher tiles in both ends, a few floating ones, so nothing great. The door is the 1-pin, and he doesn't have that. He can accept it, though. Naja, on the other hand, has 2 the west, which is not his wind, but, a guest wind pair is not necessarily a bad thing, particularly because you can still use it for Pinfu. We get a call of south over to No Name from Trayton's discard. So No Name going for a quick hand. Like he's got the door, but it's floating there. I'm curious to see what he's going to do with that. It might be another 1,000 point hand, which confuses me a little bit because he has no chance of catching Pingu with 1,000 point hands at the moment. Like cementing third, yes, but it's not worth cementing third at this point. Like second is still within striking range. If he gets a few good hands, he does drop that door, which makes his hand like 5, 6, 7 maybe. I don't understand No Name strategy at this point. I'm sure they have one. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, personally, I can't see what they're trying to do. Pingu, on the other hand, well, not certainly on the other hand, but looking at Pingu, he's got 2 Zadora, which is nice. He is still Ishan 10. Probably the closest tempo at this point. Trayton's got a few pairs, another pair on there as well. He does discard it though. He's just trying to get to Tenpai at this point, and the game is not being kind to him. Naja, some progress, still some, like he's got a 1-3-5 shape and a middle weight in 6-8. So he is Ishan 10, but his final weight is looking to be bad. So he might not go for it anyway. Pingu does hit Tenpai. Waiting on the 7-man alone. Trayton does call it, trying to still get to somewhere. Still trying to get to Tenpai here, still trying to win something so he can get a repeat. He can use the 7, so if it does come out to him, there's 1 more left in the wall now after that draw. He will not discard it. It actually gets him to Tenpai at this point. Never mind, they've all gone over to No Name, which is probably the worst possible result for Trayton, in the fact that if with these rules, Oh, actually, if Drayton throws the 8 here, he's fine. Okay, he's fine. I was going to say he'd be head bumped by Pingu. He's not. He's waiting on the 2-6 now. 1, 3. There's still one of each left in the wall. There's a Tenpai over there from No Named waiting on the 3-6 pin, with which there's 1-3 pin left in the wall only. So we have 3 players Tenpai at this point, and it's going to come down to who's going to deal in first. No Named is that 1,000 point hand. Is that a Tenpai? That is Tenpai waiting on a 6. Ooh, a Kan here. The new door is the Hatsu, which doesn't help, but means Pingu might potentially get more Uradora if he gets his winning tile. Well, chances of that happening isn't low. Oh, he Kans it, and that'll be a Chan Kan. That, so I've been proven wrong. No Name managed to get more than 1,000 points from that hand. That is a bit rough though on Trayton. That was his chance to get something, and it was robbed. His chance was robbed. His con was robbed, and it just that's gonna hurt Trayton. Yeah, just I feel the pain there. Anyways, moving on to South 4. The Dora is the 3 pin. We have 2 over in Naja's hand, who really doesn't need it at this point. He's dealer. I'm guessing that he won't be able to end the game if he wins, and first he'll have to have someone else win it. It's got a potential Tanyao hand. Not much else. Like it's getting there. No Named on the other hand, like here at No Name's, he's looking at about 3,500, 3,800 to get into second, which he could potentially do. He's got a Dora. He's got a potential Pinfu. So Riichi, Pinfu, Dora will get him there. Regardless of who it comes from. Pingu, on the other hand, has 12,000 to hit Naja on. Riichi. Oh, we do get the reach from No Named. He is waiting on a 4-7, of which there are 2 left in the wall. He does have that chance to overtake Pingu here if he gets it. Unless I'm doing my math wrong, of course. Excuse me. Trayton, what is Trayton? Trayton just has to push here. Like, oh, never mind. No Name is going to sumo that. It's going to get him into, unless he hits a lot of Dora. No, he doesn't. So it's the 5-2. That'll get him second. That's what No Name needed to do there. So, like I said, I didn't understand his strategy, but it worked for him. He got second. Unless I miscounted. Yeah, he got second. Trayton had an unfortunate 4th there, especially with that Rob Con. That has got to hurt. Anyway, that game finished in a bit faster time. We still have a number of games still being played, so there will be a bit of a delay until the next game. I will get some of the scores up. I do not believe they have been updated yet. They have not. So there is, I can put them up if you want. Oh, some of them have been going up. Okay, I will actually get the scores up because there's not much else to look at right now. Oh, right, that was scrolled. That's why it wasn't. Okay, apologies. Oh, I haven't updated that one yet. Oops. Refresh. There we go. Okay. There's the scores. You can see some of them. I'll try and actually expand that out a bit so you can see the last little bit. If OBS plays nice. Oh, you can see one of the ads on the sides there. Apologies. I'll bring it in a little bit. There you go. You can see the sessions there as well. So you can see which games have who has 2 games on there and who only has 1. So we have a couple players from Japan with 2 wins each, which is probably going to put Japan much higher up. As you can see, some of the updates of the team rankings already, that has made that a bit. So you can see there, America's still in first. They got, do they have? They've got not too much new. Korea's probably going to come up a little bit. They did get a another. I'm guessing it's either a win or a second. Australia is currently down in eighth. Give me 2 secs. Sorry, I'm just trying to check a few things. So yeah, those are the current scores. There will be a bit of a break until the next one. Like we have to wait for all the games to finish first. I cannot type today. I will check in on a few of the things. We do have 3 more Hanchan to go. So plenty of time, plenty of games. If you need a bathroom break and stuff, now is the time. It looks like there's still 5 tables going. 5, 4, 3, 2 more tables left to go, it seems. So it will still be a good 5-10 minutes. It'll be 5 minutes after the game's finished before they will start the next one, at least, and then it'll be 5 minutes after that before we can view it. So there'll be about 5 minutes until. Sorry, there'll be at least 10 minutes until the next game, and potentially more. Um, okay. Oh, there was a misclick from Triton in East 1. Ah. Okay. Um, I meant to discard the shard. Yeah. Oh well. There are 2 tables left, so we still have a bit of time to go. Take your bathroom break, stick, whatever, and we'll be back shortly. I might go and do a few of those things myself. Get your water, get your coffee, get whatever you need. Because we are here for another 3 games. Okay, I am back. We are still waiting for the last game to finish, so it is still going to be a bit of a wait until our next games. For those of you who might be joining us more recently, this is the International Online Reach Mahjong Championships qualification round. Four players, sorry, 19 countries with four players each are all battling it out for, you know, qualifying for the next round. Um, the excuse me. Um, all players are playing 5 games today, and their total scores will be collated. The five, sorry, the top 32 players go on to play in the individual tournament next week, and then each player's score also goes to their country. And the top 8 countries move on to the team tournament, which is next week as well. We are mostly following the Australian players. Australia did actually win the team tournament last year. Oops, shit, sorry. If that sound got into stream, I apologize immensely. We shall see. Are mostly following the Australian players. Australia did actually win the team tournament last year. It did. Sorry. Yep, apologize. I did actually make it onto the stream. I do apologize. I was double checking the news in the background and it was in a commercial break and I forgot to close the stream. So I apologize. But yes, this is the Online Reach Mahjong Championships. International Online Reach Mahjong Championships. Australia did win the team tournament last year, and one of our individual players, one of our players did make it into third place in the individual tournament. So we are here trying to defend our crown from last year. Let's take a look at the current scores. I'll remove that back shortly thing. So we can see some of the scores have come in. We're still waiting on 2 teams. I don't think they've updated all the scores yet, or I haven't updated that page. Scores page. Okay, that has updated now. Looks like AKTK from Australia got another first place. That is great news. The rest of the Australian players don't seem to be doing quite as well. Australia is down now in 8th place. We are just positive at 3.7. The United States, again, we are still waiting on a Chinese Taipei, a Brazil, an Indonesia, and one other. I'm not sure who the last country is, but yeah, we're missing out on 1 game's worth of scores. But so the United States of America is in first place. Ukraine's initial lead has been demolished. They are now in second place. The USA has overtaken them, which is interesting. I guess the USA is just playing consistently because it looks like there's only 2 USA players in the top 50. That can't be right. Oh no, there's another one there in 17th. My bad. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so they've just got consistently high level players. Japan's doing well as well for similar reasons. Singapore is next, then China, France, Chinese Taipei, Australia. Then we get into the negatives: Brazil, Russia, Indonesia, Canada. Vietnam has come up a lot after being at the bottom before. Great Britain, Austria, Republic of Korea, Hong Kong, Sweden, and Argentina. So yeah, again, I'm pretty sure it's top 8 teams. So currently Australia is still in the running. It is worth noting that I'm pretty sure we were 8th after the qualification last year as well, and then we managed to bring it back in the second round of the tournament the following week to win it. So whatever gets you to the next round, that's all that you really need. Top 32 players, we only have the one Australian at the moment, which is AKTK, or Roy. It looks like his name's listed as. I mostly try and stick to players' IDs just because some people don't want their names used. I don't know what's necessarily available, so what you guys can see is generally the easiest thing to go with. Um, okay, the games have second round is finished, so it's 5 minute break from now. Um, so yeah, there is a 10 minutes until we will be able to watch the next game. We will be watching either AKTK's or um, Rarial's game, since they are the two we have not yet watched. AKTK is playing against Austria, Taipei, and Japan, whereas Rarial is playing Argentina, Vietnam, and Sweden. Considering AKTK has gotten 2 wins, part of me wants to watch them, and part of me is worried that I'm going to curse them to a loss. So if anyone's got any preference that they want to watch, let me know in chat. You've got about 10 minutes to let me know. Um, Koala, for reference, is playing Great Britain, Taipei, and France, whereas Trayton is playing Korea, China, and Canada. Um, but yeah, like we've seen them already, so I'm going to try at least watch each player once, and then for the fifth one, we'll double up on someone and we'll see what's interesting to watch at that point. So for this round, it's going to be either AKTK or it's going to be Rurial. So let me know if you have any choices there. Otherwise, I'll pick one in about 10 minutes when the games start. Well, the games will start in 5 until we can start watching the games. Um, the games will start at 05, so the games that we'll be able to watch will start at 10 past. Thank you all for those who are here. Um, sorry, I just saw Tom D's comment saying, "Give us AKTK, drag him down." I'm just like on the one hand, I agree. On the other hand, I'm like, I'm not sure I want to try and drag the Australian team. We're meant to be supporting the Australian team here. I know who you are. You're Australian as well. This is why are you trying to sabotage us? Anyway, everything aside, I am leaning towards AKTK, but we will see what people want. And we'll see how things go at the time. Um, so yeah, this is for those who are joining and or having us on in the background, which I think some people do. Thank you for joining and listening us. If you do like it, if you do enjoy what we're doing, do like and subscribe to the channel. We are trying to do more commentating of stuff in general, or at least I am trying to do more commentating of stuff in general. Um, and particularly if we have people interested in it, then we will try and do more English, Reach Mahjong commentating. There is not much of it at the moment. Um, if Australia does qualify for the team tournament next week, then we will be back here next week. If Australians in the individual tournament make it through to next week, we will potentially be back next week as well. The individual tournament's a bit harder to juggle just because um, I believe it's I think both are knockouts, but it's a bit of a longer tournament. So and the time zones, obviously organizing an event like this is going to be a headache for time zones regardless. I have a lot of respect for the Korean Reach Mahjong Association, the Korean Reach group. I'm trying to remember what their actual correct name, Mahjong League, Korean Mahjong League, who are the people that are hosting this and do it every year. I have much respect for them to organize this across so many different time zones. It must be a headache, and someone's going to have a shit time zone. Thankfully, I don't know if thankfully, but there's no New Zealand teams. If there were, I'm sure they would have it worse. So, you know, it is now just past midnight here in the east coast of Australia. So we are looking at, going into the early morning. Um, to recap our members, our members this year, we field 4 players every year. And that's the rules. Each country fields 4 players. So our players this year, we have Koala representing Sydney. Those will people who, sorry, you might know him as Totoro, who is quite active in a lot of the online English-speaking mahjong areas. Um, we have AKTK, who is also from Sydney. We have Trayton, who is from Adelaide, and we have Rariel, who is from Sydney. Sorry, from Brisbane. From Brisbane, apologies, Rariel. From Brisbane. So we do have a variety of players here. and you know, I believe we held a qualification tournament to pick our players. You can see that on our channel if you're interested. I did go through and commentate that. And yeah, last year we had a different set of players. I believe another known player is Nosti, who was there, and he was the one that came third in the individual tournament last year. So he did a lot of work for us last year. Um, we will see if this year's team can, hold up to the the lauded heights that we got to last year. Hopefully, um, not the best of starts though. If we look at the final scores, we are still in eighth. The final scores actually haven't been updated. Never mind. There we go. That's updated. We have dropped. We are now in 11th. France has jumped to the top, and the US has dropped down again. So they must have had a bad result, and Japan. So this team rankings changed quite a bit actually. I'm going to go back through them. Um, so at the top we have France. I'm not sure if that was updated at all initially. Um, the top we have France, then the Ukraine. There's a very small margin between those two. Ukraine still keeps second place though. Chinese Taipei, People's Republic of China. That top four is pretty solid, it looks like. The United States and Japan coming in next, pretty close to each other. Singapore and Austria coming after that. Brazil just sneaking to the positive. The Russia Federation just in the negative. And then Australia, they're in 11th place, which is not able to qualify. We need to get to 8th at least, at negative 21. There's a group of teams, Argentina, Canada, Vietnam, at the 30 to 40 range. Sweden also at the 48 range. Indonesia at 70. Hong Kong at 86. And then Great Britain and Republic of Korea down in the negative 100 plus. Well, over negative 100. Um, so yeah, that is the situation. In terms of individual tournaments, I will make sure that's updated first this time before I try and do too much. Yeah, there we go. I think that changed a bit. Looks like it is updated. So we do have Melu from France with 2 wins at the top. We have our own AKTK from Australia, also with 2 wins. We have, I can't read that kanji, but I'm guessing it's New Kamogami from Japan, also with 2 wins. We have Nihil from Brazil, again, also with 2 wins. Another Japanese player, Kaizok 7, also with 2 wins. Then we start moving into the players with 1 win and 1 second. So we have Austria, I think is the thing. Kevin 888, Ginima 2, Zelia, Nosil. I'm sorry, Meng. I cannot pronounce that name. That Meng Wei from Chinese Taipei. Um, Kanye West from the US. Also, I think a well-known player in the English-speaking Mahjong community. Um, then we have also Liu from the People's Republic of China as the other player with 1 win and 1 second. Interesting thing to note, the players in 14th and 15th, so Seika and Old Pier. There's Old Pier and he's at Singapore. I was right there. Oh no, I think I said Indonesia. He's Singapore, my bad. Anyway, those 2 players, so Seika has a first and a fourth, but is still above Old Pier, who has a first and a third. So Seika must have had quite a large first, or a very low, or very high fourth. Or Old Pier's third was quite a harsh one. The games have started. We are looking at about 2 minutes to go. As people haven't said, yeah, we're going to go with AKTK, and really hope we don't drag him down. Also worth noting that, you go on a winning streak, it's going to have to end sometime, so we're not going to take the blame. The game will start in 3 minutes, looks like. 11 past the hour. I mean, with this many games, it will take a few minutes to start all the games, so, again, much respect to the Korean Mahjong League for all the work they are doing with this. The score page can go away. That one can go away. And we can move on into Hanchan 3. Kudo. I should be able to read some of these. I cannot. I'm going to double check their other names just to sort of go with it. Um, so we have AKTK, we have Atsuri, who is the Austrian player. We're going to have Meng, who is the Taipei player, who is in the east seat there. And we're going to have, Semba. That's how it's read. Semba Kurono is the player up in the north. It's possible that Semba is actually a VTuber. I heard there were some VTubers in the Japanese team. And I've got a feeling that V symbol at the front is probably similar to the one that they use for bots, which is an N. So in this case, it might be signifying that they are a VTuber. So yeah, we might be watching that. Well, we might be commentating on a game that a VTuber is playing. Um, so yeah, we will see. Simba Kurono. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yep, they definitely have a YouTube channel. Yeah, it looks like it's a VTuber. So they have a much bigger audience than us, but that's what a VTuber does. So good luck, AKTK. You've got this. Show the rest of Japan how this will go. Oh, they're actually quite a high rating as well. So the thing with the ratings, obviously, this will be specific to 10 hole, but it only shows if you're above 1600. You might also need, so the new players, Austria is probably a new account. They probably haven't played much, so that doesn't mean that they're necessarily a beginner. It just means that they haven't played on 10 hole much. Um, Bakuratsumaho. Oh, right, yeah, Bakuratsumaho. Yep. Okay, thank you. That's the reading for Meng's one. Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to remember that. I might switch to Maho, but we'll go. Now we'll go with Maho, which just means magic. So Maho is in the east seat. We are started. The door is the Hatsu, the green dragon. We see one in Atsuri's hand and one in Semba's hand. However, Maho does have that pair of Easts. We saw a lot of a bit of abuse of the double, not abuse, but some very strong usage of double East by our players in the previous game. So we'll see if that happens again here. AKTK has some decent shapes here. Potential pair candidates, some double-sided weights, but he does have some middle weights to deal with. So not horrible, not great. Atsuri has that pair of red dragons to work with, as well as a few other pairs. As I mentioned, sometimes having 3 pairs can work for you. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Now, will Atsuri call this? They do not. They're waiting for the second one. They probably don't want to open their hand just yet. Because if they open their hand, they're limiting themselves to 1,000 points unless they get a 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku, which not out of their own possibility, but also not as likely. We look over at Simba. They have discarded their Dora. They look to be going for a Pinfu Tanyao hand, it looks like. They've got a lot of two-sided weights. They've got some nice shapes. They're probably keeping that west as a safe tile. But they've got their pair. Yeah, they've got a perfect Ishanten at this point. They will get Pinfu here. They might lose out on the Tanyao, depending on what they get. They keep that 2. I guess it means that if they get 4, they can throw the 5 instead. Yeah. Maho hasn't done a lot. They had a few changes. They're making it closer. They do have potential. I was going to say potential Sancho. There's that double ton though, which they are going to reach on, waiting on a 3-6 pin. 2 of which are left in the wall. The rest are in people's hands, quite strongly in people's hands. So I don't see it coming out of other people. So he's going to have to draw it. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna. I think most people will keep it at this point. There isn't much, particularly with the discard pile that Maho has. You're not going to want to throw middle Pinzo into that too willy-nilly. But we'll see. It is a reach doubleton, so 3 Han 40. Part of me wonders if they sumo the 3, if that's going to push them into 50 territory, but my field calculations are not the greatest, so it's Not something I will worry too much about. Also, the potential we can consider is whether they will be able to con the east if they draw the fourth east, because that is still out there. We still have no extra progress on that. AKTK seems to be oh, there's one of the sixes. Now this is where a case of, yeah, they're not going to throw it. So it kind of fits in the hand. It's a bit more difficult, but Senba is the one that they 3 and the 6 don't fit into the hand as nicely as it does for the other two. So, ooh, we have a nice AKTK here, completing a few more things, throwing out that south. Probably not going to get to Tenpai, just because it's probably going to be more risky than they want to do. Depends on what they draw. There's still a 3 pin left in the wall, so it is still possible for Maho to win this. Atsuri seems to just be defending. Everyone else is defending. AKTK, yeah, is defending. So this will go to a draw unless Maho can draw their winner on this last draw of theirs. And they do not. So the last 3 is in the dead wall. Still, not a bad result for Maho. They do get 2,000 points out of that. I say 2,000 because they got the 3, but they have the 1 Riichi in the middle. So, moving on, we are still in East 1. Maho is still the dealer. The Dora is the 9 pin. Everyone except Maho has 1 in their hands. However, everyone except Maho has it as a floating one. Maho would actually be able to use it. So we'll see what happens there. AKTK, a pretty decent hand here. Not much in the way of value other than 9 pin, which doesn't have much space, but he's got some nice shapes. He's got that completed 6, so he's got a potential two-sided weight in Pinzu or the pair. We look over Atsuri. Some very Chanta-ish vibes here. Wait, 1, 2, 3. I mean, they could be pushing for a Kokushi here. That is a brave push for Kokushi. I think they only had about 8 or 9, 8 in their hands, which is I mean, you have different people have different thresholds for when they'll go for it. We'll see where that goes. I feel like it might be a bit premature, but the thing is, in a tournament like this, you get a Kokushi and you're way out front. You know, it's hard to come back when someone gets a Yakuman, and there's only 5 Hanchans, so you know, one big one can make that little bit of difference. AKTK does drop the Dora there. He is an Ishan 10. Not much in the way of value, but yeah, well, you know, there's progress still to be made. Not progress, you know, there's still points to be made there. Like if he draws the 1 or 2, so he can throw the 4 and have a potential Sahonko situation. Or he could throw the 3 and go for a 2-sided weight. You know, there's options. We look over at Semba, and they have nice shapes. They've potentially, if they want the value, they need that 9 pin, and that's going to be difficult. They do need that 8 pin, which could come, but it is a middleweight, so you know, we'll see what happens. Maho, on the other hand, a few pairs, lots of Tanya vibes here. We'll see what happens in practice. Yep, okay, that's going to almost certainly give him Tanya there. I think it's quite Tenpai yet. They are Ishan 10. But yeah, Atsuri getting closer, but what do they need? They still need the south, they need the west, they need the 1, so you know, 3 Shanten, they can't get there. The west, we see 2 of them out. We get a Tenpai here from AKTK, waiting on a 3 pin or a 1 so. He hasn't reached, so he doesn't have a Yaku. He might just be going for the Tenpai payments at this point. Unfortunately, the 1 so is Atsuri doesn't know this, but the Wonso is dead. The only way they can win this kokushi at this point is if AKTK deals into them, and that's if they get a Tenpai in the first place. Anyway, that is a Tenpai there, however, for Maho, waiting on the 6-9 pin, so it is Pinfu. Sorry, it is a Pinfu hand. It's either Tanyao or it is Dora 1, depending on which tile they get. So it'll be 2 Han regardless, unless they reach. 4-5. Yeah, they're not quite in the place where they can get it. They can almost get Sanchoku if they draw another 5 pin, but other than that. So I actually just realized that AKTK's wait is dead as well. They're technically just waiting on the 3 pin. This is probably why they didn't reach. They could see the 2-1 so already in Maho's discard pile. Yeah, so it's like, are they going to push here? Are they going to? Because Maho just changed their weight, so the 6 pin is no longer a dealing. So AKTK gets lucky there. I mean, he might not have pushed if there's something other than the 8 pin there. I don't know, but thankfully Maho did change their weight, and AKTK didn't deal in. We are still in East 1 now. We are. The door is the Haku, which is the white dragon. Excuse me. One of which is in AKTK's and one is in Atsuri's hand. So no one's got a pair of it, which is what you really want to see when you've got a Yakuhai door. But I mean, even pairs or pair weights, so the single weights, tanki weights can be useful for doors. So we'll see what happens. We get an open here from Maho, probably going for a Tanyao. It looks like not much value, but they're probably just wanting to get stuff done. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, like even Sanchoku is not a possibility here. We have an Ishan 10 from AKTK. He does have the second Dora. And he's got a better weight there as well, so he's in a good position here. If Atsuri drops that Dora, he'll be probably most likely be calling it. Senba, on the other hand, has some nice shapes. I think they're also Ishan 10, it looks like, for a Pinfu hand.
Riichi.
Oh, there's that Tenpai. Waiting on a 1-4 pin. We have a Tenpai there from Maho, waiting on a 3-6 so. So AKTK's chances of pushing are... Ooh, there's the 4, and that's going to deal into Senba. Reach, Pinfu, and no Ura for 2,000 points. However, 2 reach sticks in the middle, that ends up netting Senba 4,600 points. So, yeah, decent result for Senba, particularly since they paid a few discards. Maho has a quick call on the Hatsu from AKTK, who's dealer. The AKTK does have the pair of Hakus, so they can draw that. Not draw that, they can call that, like they just did. The door is the 9 pin. We see 1 in Atsuri and 1 in Senba's hand. 2 in Senba's hand now, so Senba's going quite high. However, Maho is pushing ahead for what looks like going to be, 1,000, 1,300 points here. That is not quite Tenpai. They are in Tenpai, waiting on the 7 man for, as I said, 1,300 points. I think, or is it 1-6? Either way, yeah. Not a lot of points. But it's a quick hand. They probably want to move the game along. They don't see much value in the hand. We do get that Tenpai from Senba. They have that Reach Dora 2 hand. They are waiting on a 7-pin middleweight. There are 4 7-pins in the wall. There's a nice weight. And they've got that potential Suji trap with that 4-pin. Whether people will fall for it or not, who knows. Excuse me. There's another 7-1 come out from Atsuri, who keeps it. So that's another one of Maho's tiles down. They're down to 2 left in the wall. AKTK playing safely here. They're a bit cautious of Senba, but at the same time, they want to win some hands. They don't want to end up without points. However, he also needs AKTK also needs a 7-pin the same way that Senba does. So we'll see. Maho breaks her Tenpai after drawing a door and not wanting to throw it. One of the 7 pins shows up in Atsuri's hand. AKTK decides to throw the 1. Probably pretty safe considering the discards. Yeah, it looks like Mahjong might be folding here. They're not going to want to push that door unless another door comes out first. Which it won't, because, yeah, the only other one available is an Atsuri's discard already. So, AKTK trying to dodge, trying to not deal in. Might get there. Oh, that's Tenpai again for Mahjong. They do take it, so again, this is potentially a headbutt situation. So if the 7 pin comes out of Atsuri's hand, for example, I would assume that Simba would take the win, a head bumping Mahjong off, so Mahjong would get nothing. It is possible double down is on. We haven't seen a situation of that yet, so let's wait and see. Atsuri is keeping on to that thing for dear life. Probably, at the moment it's saving them, but if they do decide to discard that, then yeah. Ooh, are we at a point here where they'll try and do it? No, they're not. They're discarding it. There's another Haku. So we might be moving to a draw here. As much as AKTK would want to push, I'm not sure they're going to. There's not enough safe. Like, they've got the pair of 9s now to throw, but it's just one of those. Yeah. Oh, there's a 7. I mean, he uses it in his hand, which is good. And there's the other 7. So that is 3 of them. There's 1 more left in the wall. So still a chance for Simba to draw this. Still a chance for AKTK to get to Tenpai now. I think they're cautious of throwing that north, however, so it might be difficult. There's only one draw that's not going to happen. The 7 pin is eaten by the dead wall. Well, not necessarily. Yes, okay, it is. And it will be Senba only in Tenpai. Sorry, I miscounted, but yes. Result is the same. So, at the end, not much movement. We're in East 3 already. Scores are still pretty tight. There's only about a 6,400 point difference between first and fourth. Mahjong starts with one hell of a hand here. A bunch of honor pairs. One of the Dora. The Dora is the south, by the way. We do not see any of the others at the moment. We do see a pair of the green dragons in Egetige's hand, and also a pair of the white dragons. So lots of dragon pairs coming up. We'll see what he does with it. He might push Honitsu if he draws tiles, but it's also evenly split between Manzu and Sozu at this point, so the characters in the bamboo. So Mahjong has opened up, looking probably for a 2-han. Oh, we have a quick reach from Atsuri here. Sorry, I completely missed Atsuri's hand. They are waiting on a 6-9 so for a reach Pinfu only, so 2,900 points for dealer. But it means there's very little for the players to dodge with. There are still 6 left in the wall, so it's a very good wait for them. They have a good chance of drawing this. That hurts a bit for AKTK. Had to throw the 3 for safety, but had that. There's a Tenpai there from Mahjong. They're waiting on the Green Dragon or the Chun. Now, the Green Dragon we know is... Sorry, that throw of the Dora straight seemed a bit risky, but anyway. We know the Green Dragon's in AKTK's hand. It's probably not going to come out. So he's kind of waiting on the Chun, of which we know there are 2 left. AKTK keeps drawing more tiles. He does draw. So I don't know if that... Oh, there was already 1 white out, so I guess he knew it's safe. There's the Chun. AKTK's holding all of Mahjong's winning tiles. Well, 1 Chun left to go, but still. Yeah, this is a bit rough. He couldn't get to Tenpai fast enough, and now he's likely to just fold. There's still the worry of Atsuri to deal with. Is what, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's still 4 tiles left in the wall. So the further there's 3 tiles now, but he'll probably deal in here, I think. Oh, maybe not. He does break it. It does mean that AKTK's able to throw the Chun now, but yeah, it's a case of this is looking like it's going to go to a Ryukoku or a drawn hand. with Atsuru being the only one in Tenpai, which is a big thing at this point because that's still a 3,000 points. It's still 3,000 points for them and 1,000 points off the other players, so it's going to bring the scores even closer than they already are. It's going to put them equal with AKTK. It's going to put them only 3,400 points behind first. AKTK pairing up that. Oh boy. They. No, I was going to. Oh no. I was wrong. We had a deal in, unfortunately, and there was an Uradoras. 5,800 points, 6,100 with the bonus points. That puts Atsuri in first and AKTK in fourth. It does seem like that we are cursing whoever we are watching. I apologize. Oh well, we shall proceed regardless. We are now in East 3-2. We have the door of the Foreman. There is one in AKTK's hand. He's got some nice shapes actually. Needs a bit more work on it, but you know, it could be pretty decent. Atsuri, on the other hand, doesn't have a door. Can accept it. But their shapes are a bit more. There's some nice shapes in there, but a bit of work. Still needed to get to Tenpai. Samba, on the other hand, has just Manzu. Like, that's their hand, in a word. They're potentially pushing for Chinitsu, I guess, or they might not. They might just go for a Riichi, particularly with that. They've got some blocks coming up in the Sozu. However, we shall see. Yeah, so they're not going to push for the Chinitsu, but still, decent looking hand. He's got a door there, or they have a door there. I don't know if it's he or she. I apologize. Or they. Maho, on the other hand, you know, some Pinzu potential pairs, 1, 2, 3 pairs. No door, but can accept it if it comes. I'm going to attach to that floating 5. Well, not floating anymore 5, but yeah. There's another pair for AKTK, which doesn't help a lot, but I mean, it means they can use the 1, 2, 3 set. He still has to make a block somewhere else. Okay, moving onwards. Atsuri still not really getting anywhere with their hand. I mean, actually, it's not too bad. They're actually in Ishan 10, it looks like. 2 two-sided weights. Sorry, 1 two-sided weight and 1 edge weight as a possible one. Still no value in the door, but if they get it, they can shift it. That's a second door for AKTK. Are they going to keep it? Because it's one of those, it's nice to keep for the value, but also, yeah, the 1 pin is the response there, I feel. Still has to get to Tenpai, though, and this hand is starting to hit the second half. That's a nice fill-in for him, though. So he is now in Ishan 10. If he draws the 7 pin, he will have a 2-sided weight, which will be nice. Well, an Aranmen, so a sub-Ranmen, because the 2 of the tiles are already being used as a pair. Also, there's very few 7s left. There's only 1 left in the wall. He can also draw another Dora, another 7. So we'll see what happens there. Maho pulls up a pair of Souths, throws them. It doesn't do much for them, and it breaks their Tanyao, so not much to do it. There is Tenpai for Atsuri. They are waiting on a 4-5 pair weight, so Champagne weight. 1 of each is left in the wall. But they are dealer, and the dealer Riichi will have some weight. Yeah, we might see AKTK fold here. Simba seems to be folding a bit as well. I think they've kept the 1, which... I guess the... Oh, no, we do get a Tenpai from AKTK, but Atsuri goes ahead and sumo straight away. Unfortunate. Doesn't get any Uradora, so it's not a huge hand, but at this point, again, every little bit counts. It puts him strongly into first. They are about 7,000, 6,500 points clear in first. AKTK drops further behind. We are still in East 3. What a night. Like, commenting through this and just seeing the Australians not having great nights is, I mean, this Mahjong, right? We see, 3 pairs now in AKTK's hand. Everyone watching is suffering. Can someone make it stop? I wish. That's another pair for AKTK. They might push for 7 pairs here. The door is the 9 mon, of which 2 are over in Senba's hand. 1 is in Atsuri's hand. Atsuri's got some, could potentially get Tenpai. I think they are 2 Shan 10. I don't think it's quite 10. Maho, on the other hand, has a lot of floating tiles. He's got 1 complete block, 2 complete blocks, and a pair, but nothing else connected. So a bit of work to go there. We get a pawn of the Dora over on Simba's hand. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Like, honestly, that's not my style of play to call that like that, just because what's your Yaku going to be? Are you going for Toi Toi? I'm guessing the answer is yes, but yeah, that's a playstyle thing, I think. Like, that's not a call I'd make even for the Dora, but there are definitely people who play that. There's a close triplet of 6s there. Are they going to shift to a Toi Toi-esque hand? Or Saonko hand? Or... yes, they are. Or are they going to, maximize the chance of G-Toi? But no. AKTK is going for the Toi Toi-esque Saonko-ish hopeful hand. Which is still definitely possibilities for. Like, we don't see any of the 9, so we don't see one of the 8. So there's 2 more 9, so it's 1 8-pin, one of the 5 pins. So it's not a bad hand at this point. There's definitely possibilities. He's even in Tenpai here. If he draws the 4 mon, it's an Ipeiko hand, an Ipeiko Tenpai. So this is actually quite a nice position for him. He's got a lot of options. He's got the Saonko situation. He's got the Ipeiko situation. So we'll see what happens. He does still need to draw that last tile and get there before someone else does. Atsuri
Riichi
does hit Tenpai, like I said, before someone else gets there. Jesus Christ. Excuse me. So he's waiting on a 2-mon 3-pin. We do get a wait here from Maho, who's waiting on a 3-6. Sorry, no, it's waiting on a 6-9 mon. Does draw the winning tile. They keep their... wait, what? Right, yeah, no, they break their Tenpai, as does AKTK. Unfortunate. Maho has a chance to go back into Tenpai, chooses not to. Probably the safer move. AKTK has a chance to move back into Ishan 10 if he throws the 3. He does not. He's playing safe at this point, you don't want to risk things. There's the close con of 6. He will not. There's no point in conning at this point, right? So we'll go to a drawn hand here with only Atsuri Tenpai again, increasing their lead even further. And we move into East 3-4. I mean, the longer this game goes on, the better chance we have of a win from the Australians, but we'll see. Decent starting hand here from AKTK. The door is a 9-pin, which we don't have, but there's 2 complete blocks. 2 half blocks. There's one of the Doras. We look over at Atsuri's hand, and again, they've got the Chun, they've got a Dora. It's just a decent starting hand. They can easily call. If they can call the Chun, then they can just call to whatever they want to do. We look up at Senba's hand, and they have the pair of the South, as well as potential Dora. Not Dora, Tanyao. They could also go Toi Toi-esque. They've got 1, 2, 3. They've got 5 pairs. I apologize. So they have 7 pair Ishan 10, as well as flexibility in a lot of areas with that. That's a very flexible set of pairs. Like, they're all next to each other. There's a lot of tile acceptance there. Yeah. Maho, on the other hand, looks to be aiming towards a 1-2-3 Sanshoku, as well as potential Ipeiko in the 1-2-3 Manzu, so that could be quite a nice hand as well. There we go. That's the Ipeiko. That's not quite Tenpai, but yeah, that would be Sanshoku Ipeiko. If they could make a pair of an edge tile, it could be Chanta as well or Jinchan, but I don't see them doing that. Like it's a bit too much of a push. AKTK just not making progress. Like he's Ishan 10 and he's at 7 pin or an Iso or an 8 mon. Sorry, the 1 or the 8 mon. Oh, and there's that completed chun for Atsuri.
Riichi.
We get the Tenpai there from there. He does get that Ipeiko Sanshoku. That is a Mangan hand there, waiting on the 3. So, however, if it comes, it's gonna come from AKTK, right? The other 3 are over in Senba's hand. I don't see them necessarily dropping it unless they draw a Tuso, which they've dropped, so they're not going to. Yeah, it's not likely to happen. So we shall see what happens. He cannot draw it. It will be a discard from someone if they win. But it's I guess we kind of want to see AKTK draw a Tuso. There's only one left. We do get a Pawn of the Dora over there for Atsuri, who is at Tenpai now for a dealer Mangan. Ooh, and that's one of the dealing tiles for us, waiting on West or the 1 pin. I'm going to blame Anthony Toe in chat for that one. That was not mine. That was Anthony's fault. For that AKTK deal-in. Unfortunate. Guest win deal-ins are always going to hurt because they're very difficult to notice. Unfortunately, this is Mahjong, right? This is Mahjong. We move on to East 3. Move on, I say. We're still in East 3. The door is the 1-so. We look over at Maho's hand. They've got some nice blocks. They might even be close to Ishan 10. No, they're not Ishan 10. Sorry, not close to Ishan. They're close to Ishan 10. They're not at Ishan 10. AKTK has blocks. Like, there's the potential for the value in the 1-so if they draw it. There's the Haku, but 2 of the Haku have been discarded, so no. We move on to look at Atsuri's hand. That fills in their 1-2-3 quite nicely. It's not quite Tenpai, but or 2-3-4 depending on how you look at it. So they're looking quite nicely there. We look up at Senba. Again, some decent shapes. Not a very fast round, it looks like. Probably Maho being the closest, I think. But yeah, no one's really rushing ahead. No one's really got a lot of value. We see one of the Dora. Senba got rid of it. Where are we at? So slow progress through the hand. Just there's some progress from Atsuri. It's at Ishan 10. Yeah, that's Ishan 10, I think. For a Ipeiko, potentially Ipeiko Pinfu hand. Atsuri is just. I mean, I think the game was early. It was sort of close early on, and now Atsuri's just running up the score. It's just one of those. Sure. What can you do? Deal a rampage. It happens. That is Tenpai. I'm assuming we're going to see a reach here. No, they go for silent Tenpai. So they're waiting on the 5-8 Pinfu Ipeiko. We get a reach from Maho, waiting on a 1-4 pin. I'm guessing we're going to see a reach here from Atsuri. No, they stay quiet. I wonder why. Like, I feel like chasing the reach there is probably not a bad one, especially with that 8-so in Maho's hand. Or they might think because the 8-so is in the pawn, sorry, because the 8-so is in the pawn that they might be able to have someone else discard it more easily. Atsuri's weight, there are 5 in the wall. For Maho's weight, 3, 4, 4 in the wall. I think we're going to see... Oh, AKTK could shift to a Chitoi here, potentially. Oh, never mind. Maho Tsumos. That's disgusting. Since AKTK negative, that was a Haneman. Tsumo. I think it was Riichi, Pinfu, Sanshoku. Riichi, Tsumo, Sanshoku, Pinfu. Maybe a door, I think, in there. Sorry, I was just looking at the score and just like, oh god, more things. I feel like every time I comment on someone doing something good, it goes the other way. I'm like, Atsuri's just running up the score, someone else gets a Haneman. Maybe I should say like, I'll get the AKTK's just getting beat on here, I don't know. I feel like if you ever try and force these kind of curses there, they don't work anyway, so. As if you believe in them in the first place, so. We are not very occult here, so we are going to assume that this is just Mahjong. Atsuri does not keep the pair of Norths. Does have a pair of Haku though, so we'll keep that. The door is the 3-man. We see 2 in AKTK's hand, which is a good start for them. However, Atsuri does pawn that Haku, depriving AKTK of a draw, and moving into 2 Shanten. AKTK gets a triplet in there. They're making a bit closer. Tanya's possible here, but it's still 2 Shanten. But the 2 doors is nice. They do another one. That'll be nice as well. There's another 3. We could see Sanshoku Doko potentially here. Unlikely, I think, but yeah, it's always fun to see the chances when they happen. Maho, on the other hand, it's got an Ipeiko chance. Pinfu's got a nice hand. I'd be interested to see if they're going to call the East if it gets thrown. We do get a pawn from AKTK. Probably throwing the 1 so here. No, the 5. Probably want to get out of the way first, maybe before it became dangerous. So that moves Atsuri into Ishanten. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no chance for no easy way of getting Sanshoku, but hey, it could happen. That is Tenpai, waiting on a 3-6 pin. The 3 pins are dead, or they're in people's hands. The 6 pin, on the other hand, there are 3 left in the wall. And only Maho can really use it in their hand. Senba could kind of, but they've already discarded 1, so it's unlikely they will. So this is actually a decent weight for Atsuri. They're not the dealer, but I mean, it's not going to stop them from keeping going for points. That is Tenpai for Maho. However, they don't have a Yaku. They have to get that East. So 2 people Tenpai. We do see a Kan here. The new door is the 9 pin, of which all have been discarded, so no difference there. Pretty safe Kan in the fact that 3 people are open. There's the 6 pin coming out here. Do they keep it? Because it does technically fit in their hand, but they have to break their Tenpai here. They do break their Tenpai. In an odd way. Okay. There's a 6. Atsuri gets it anyway. Atsuri just running up that score. 2,000 points there. Dora Haku. We are into South 1 now. The door is the South. AKTK is in the South and has 1 of the South, so everything's coming up South. We'll see if he can draw another of the Souths, which would be very nice for him. Getting the double South Yaku and the 3-door out of it is just, shortcut to Mangan. But he also has the option of an Ipeiko there. He's just got nice shapes in general. We're not going to say anything so we don't jinx it, but hopefully this hand will go somewhere. Atsuri has some floating shapes, some decent things. We do get a reach from Senba though. They are waiting on a 3-6 so. 5 of which are still on the wall. Oh, there's the south again, so at least the south is safe, and we'll probably see AKTK throw it there. Yep. Excuse me. We're seeing people kind of defending as possible here. AKTK's Ipeco is kind of messed there unless they push the 2 pin, which is, well, they could, but yeah, they decided to play safe for now. Chun is definitely safe. Well, 99% safe. Ooh. Now they have to make a decision.
Riichi.
They do reach on it. They are waiting on the 3, 6, or 9, I think. And then Tsumo's it. This is what we want. Reach Ipatsu Tsumo Pinfu Ipeiko. No Ura, it's still a Mangan. That's a great way to lead into your dealership. He's still got a ways to go. He's still 10,000 points, more than 10,000 points behind third, but it's a good start. We have the Dora. We are in South 2. The Dora is the Tuman, of which we see one in AKTK's hand, one over in Atsuri's hand. Nothing jumps out in the hands to start with. Maho does have that pair of their own wind. AKTK has a number of pairs. Potentially Peiko's, a lot of middle tiles in general. Fills in a 2-3-4, so that Dora is secured. Atsuri, some pairs again. Sort of 3 pairs, I think. So some progress there. Potential. No, I was going to say potential 4, 5, 6 on Choco, but no, it's unlikely in the Sozu. We look up at Senba, potentially looking for Tanyo as well. No Dora at the moment, though. AKTK making more progress. They are 2 Shanten. We have Maho sort of collecting honor tiles, it looks like. Pairs up the Haku, which AK then gets probably see it called here. Yep. But at the same time, again, not much in the way of value outside of that. The north, they could get the north, so they could get 2 Han, but yep. AKTK needs to sort of get some draws here. They haven't had too much happening lately. So we shall see. Atsuri getting there with shapes. Ishan 10, it looks like. For Semba, on the other hand, Tushan 10? Yes, Tushan 10. It picks up a door. Can't really use it. So will they keep it or will they just throw it at this point? They keep it. They try and force the use of it. Makes it difficult. AKTK picks up another pair. Interesting what to throw here. I think personally I probably would have thrown the 9-mon. But again, that's just a gut reaction. He goes for the 6. I mean, that works. He still can have the 4, the 7 pin, and he's got the 9-mon as a pair. Or the 7-mon if it comes, he can still use it. We do get a Tempai there from Atsuri, waiting on the 3, 6-mon. 2 of which are in the wall. We do see AKTK playing it safe there, potentially folding. It is his dealership. He's not going to want to end this out of Tempai, but dealing it is worse at this point. But we do see here he is still trying to hit that Tempai spot, right? So the 8 is safe. That's going to help a bit. 3, 4. We have another Tempai. Sorry, I missed it. Sorry, Maho is Tempai waiting on the 4, 7. We do get a Tuma from Atsuri though, which is going to hurt AKTK again. No Dora, thankfully, but that's just more pain on top of everything else. We are into South 3. AKTK needs Haneman at least to get into third at this point. Not impossible, but yeah. We have the door of the 5-pin, which Senbo throws straight away. They're going into a Honitsu and Sozu. We have AKTK has one of them. So 2 left in the wall. So as we said, Senpa's going very much for a Honitsu, potential Chinitsu, depending on how the tiles go. They do have that pair of north, so it's probably Honitsu. For the west player, Maho, we have... Oh, we just picked up a Dora. So probably just a Reach, Pinfu, Reach, Dora hand. Atsuri, some pairs.
Home.
So probably a Toy Toy, I guess. Yeah, I guess just a Toy Toy at this point. Like, I can't see anything else that hand could be. I mean, that helps. They're, it's 1, 2. Saonko. So 3 concealed triplets is definitely a possible one. If they pair up either the 1 or the 8, then, they're in a decent position for that. The Chun in AKTK's hand. So what do you throw at this point? Like, do you throw the south? Are you worried about helping someone else? Or maybe just keep it in case he can use it, because it is the round win, right? We then look over at Semba. They're making progress. They've paired up the Wests. Still not their win, but, for Honitsu, you don't care. Potential Ipeiko. It's actually an Ishan 10 for an Ipeiko Honitsu. Closed Honitsu. Or, just Ishan 10 on Suanko.
Kan.
We get an open Kan from AKTK, really wanting to add those value. There's another one Kan out there from Atsuri. Things just went nuts for a second there. The new door are the 1-mon and the 8-so. So there's a new door there for AKTK, which is nice. They are in Ishan 10 now. They do have to throw that Dora, though. The 5-pin Dora. We do get a pawn there, so he'll probably take Tempai here. Waiting on a 4-7-mon for a Chun Dora. Not the greatest hand, but he needs the points, and we'll probably get it here too. And it's from Senba, who they definitely need to hit if they want to get into third at least. So we go into all last. There's a 6,000 point gap between AKTK and third place. There's also a 25,000 point gap to second. 25,000 point gap. I think a Baimon Tsumo is not enough. It would be if they were dealer, but so yeah, it would have to be a direct Baimon hit on second place to get into second. We do have a closed triplet of the Haku in Maho's hand. The Dora is the 7-so, 2 of which are in AKTK's hand. That's a good start, but it needs to come somewhere. Like, Maho's going to be pushing to finishes. They probably want to cement their second place. They're going to say, Atsuri's too far ahead. Let's just finish this game. I'll take my second. We look over at Atsuri themselves. They'll probably have a similar thing. Just end this game. Finish this. They're in Ishan 10. No, they're not. No, they're not. Sorry. I apologize. They're not. AKTK has got a potential Ipeiko here. Let's see what he discards, though. Fair enough. So he's confirming that Dora as their pair, most likely. Simba is... What is Simba doing? He's got some progress there. Potential Ipeiko, potential Pinfu. Pinfu is a bit harder to see, to be honest. But it's there. Another call from Maho, putting him in Tempai for a Haku Toi Toi. The 3 or the 4. The 4 is in Senba's hand, so it's not likely to come out. The 3 on the other hand, 1 is over in Atsuri's hand. Again, not likely to come out. If AKTK draws it, he will be able to use it, so it's not going to come out from there. So this is not the easiest weight for Maho to get. Obviously not that they can know this, but from our perspective we can see it. We do see a reach here from Senba waiting on a 3-mon only, so another weight on the 3-mon. Which is interesting because... Oh, we get another reach here. Oh, this is not what AKTK needs. It is waiting on the 7-pin, 2 of which are in the wall. Sorry, one
Riichi.
of which is in the wall. We do get a tempai here from AKTK. He reaches waiting on the 3-mon. The 3-mon is everyone's needed tile. There is one left in the wall. Sorry, 3 people are waiting on the 3-mon at this point. It'll be interesting to see if Atsuri throws it, or draws and throws it, it will end up being
Zone.
I was going to say Enrique Sambas win, but no, it's not. It's going to go to Atsuri instead. Maho did break the tempo at the end there as well, so that's going to end the game. That's not going to be enough to end it. So to knock Simba into fourth. So AKTK will end that in fourth, unfortunately, taking a big hit. Atsuri in first, really ran up the score there. Maho came in second, Simba in third, and then AKTK down in fourth. Oh boy. There are two more Hanchan left. We're still waiting to see. It looks like there's a few more Hanchan still to finish playing. Yeah, none of them are Australians, so we're just going to leave them be. Oh boy. Yep. So. Mm. So yeah, I'm just looking at the scores and stuff. There's one table left to play. So it is still at least another 10 minutes, and still we'll to be able to start watching the next game. So if you need your bathroom breaks, any of those breaks, go ahead. We'll still be here when you get back. In theory. Um, for those who might only be joining us lately now, this is the International Online Reach Mahjong Championships of 2020, run by the Korean Mahjong League. We are following the Australian players through the tournament. The top 32 individual players move on to the next stage, and the top 8 country teams move on to the next stage. Now, each country has 4 players in the tournament, and the total score of all 4 players is what constitutes the team score. Um, mm, um, we will see what happens. Who have I not followed? I'm trying to think who I haven't followed yet. I did Totoro. I did Triton. Technically, Rariel is the next one. Um, Sorry, I'm just sort of dealing with computer issues, it seems. Not computer real issues, but like Discord issues. Um, but yeah, we will see what happens next. Still waiting. Oh, I'm going to wait for the scores to be updated before putting them all up, just so we don't get like incomplete scores. Our next game, we have Koala is playing Kanye West, or Claire seems to be the player's name. Koala's playing Maho as well, so the same player we just saw. Um, from Taipei, they're playing HeadQ from Singapore. AKTK is playing someone from Hong Kong, someone from China and Russia. Trayton, which is the not the so Trayton is playing up against the Brazilian and Argentinian and INA. Is that a typo? Indonesia. I apologize. Indonesia. So Indonesia is that one. Rariel, which is the game I'm currently leaning towards watching, is playing France, Sweden, and Austria. So we will see how that goes. um, we are still waiting the results of a couple games. Sorry, one game I should say. Which has just finished from the looks of it. So assume roughly about a 10-minute start from now until the next game. Um, Trying to look through the results of other players. Drayton has had one first, one second, and one fourth. Rariel has had a second and two fourths, and Koala has had a third and two fourths. This has not been a good day for Team Australia. Um, Discord seems to be being weird, so if anyone's messaging me in Discord, I apologize. I won't necessarily be able to see them easily. There's definitely some issues. Yeah, Discord seems to be having issues. It's not just me. That's good to know. Okay, there's some issues with that. Anyway, um, assume 10 minutes to the next game. They haven't said anything yet as to how long the break is, whatever. It's generally been 5 minutes, but it might be like 5 minutes from when they say it rather than 5 minutes from the end of the last game. So we'll see. Once the scores are updated, I will put them up. They have not been updated yet though, so we'll leave it for now. We shall see if our curse continues in the next game or not. Because yeah, this has been a rough day for Team Australia. Such is life, but last table is over. Okay, please tell us what is going to happen next. Sorry, I'm just 5 minute break from now, and then games will start. So it looks like quarter past the hour, the next games will start. Sorry, quarter past the hour, we'll be able to start viewing games. So if you need wait back at no right back at 10. Okay. Yeah, Discord seems to be a complete shit show right now. Fun times. Such is life. Yeah, Australia really not the best day, unfortunately. Like, look, depending on what happens with the scores, we are looking to be close to the bottom right now. I think Tom commented in chat that it can't be worse than Great Britain. Great Britain's looking fine. They're like -20. Australia's not as bad as Korea at this point, but also, yeah. Canada. Oh, there's one more Great Britain game to come, so Great Britain could fall still. There's Russian Federation, there's Argentina. There's a couple games not in here still. So yeah, it could change to up still, but yeah, we shall see what happens. Um, Still waiting for these scores to update, and they haven't. Because I really want to show you guys the scores so we can go over them. But worth noting that Senbon Kudo the VTuber from Japan, until that game had two-thirds. Oh no, including that game, two-thirds and a first and a fourth. So they're actually quite low on the scores. Um, but yeah, not the bottom yet. So no one's had three fourths yet. Everyone's had at least a third and two fourths. It's the worst result so far. Um, and no one's had three wins. It's only been two wins in the second. Austria being one of those people that we just saw. Um, anyway, these scores updated? Not yet. Nope. Mm, mm, mm. Start at 10 past the hour. So, what have I gotten? Desktop audio, input capture. Okay, that does join there. Okay, so I was looking into. I'm going to jump into the Discord or some of this, ask the team how they're feeling before we start. Um, Maybe I'll leave them to sort of do their secret plans. Yeah, Discord's messing up too much anyway. And the next round's about to start, so. Jeez. Yeah, Discord is completely screwed, so apologies for anyone who might be trying to get through to Discord. It does seem to be having a lot of issues. Okay, the fourth round will be starting soon. We have 2 more Hanchan to go. Unless anyone has any objections, we will be following Rarial, I think, is the one we haven't followed yet. Rarial, because we did Triton just now. Wait, no. I'm losing track of who I've done. We did Qual in the first one, AKTK in the third. Second one was. Yeah, the second one was Triton, so it'll be Rarial. We'll be following Rarial's game. And then the last one we shall see. Oh boy. Yeah, Discord is just completely shot. Anyway, I will sort of about that. This is the International Online Reach Mahjong Championships. If you do enjoy this commentating that we're doing here on the Armor channel, please do like, subscribe, and all that YouTube stuff. We'll try and do our best to keep bringing these things to you. Because there is not a lot in the way of English Reach Mahjong commentating, so we try and do what we can. Upcoming tournaments, we might be back next week for the next round of the from this tournament. We might not, depending on how Team Australia does. It also could be a case of someone else does it from the Armour group. I'm not the only streamer. We've had streams from some of the other people. JCakes has been one of them. SBT did some of our stuff back when we were doing our Armour Team League back earlier this year. So yeah, even if it's not me, then there's a few of us that do try and do what we can. And yeah, so the more likes and stuff we see, we're like, okay, yeah, people want to do this, we'll try and do more of it, kind of thing. And YouTube algorithm stuff. Okay, they haven't updated the scores. I'm just going to put up what we've got. Oh, hold up a sec. There was a please wait comment from. They still haven't updated the scores, but I will put up what we've got just because, yeah, that's the best we can. All those have been updated at least. The team score seems to have been updated at least. So Australia's not on the bottom anymore. We were in 18th. We're now only in 17th. So yeah, Chinese Taipei well out in front at 280 points. France in second at 129. The USA in third at 116. Austria in fourth at 73. Probably helped a lot by Austria's performances. Ukraine in fifth. Japan in sixth. Singapore in seventh. Brazil on what I'm guessing is either a -1 or a 0. It looks like something's messing up there technically. Great Britain, Sweden, People's Republic of China, Canada, Indonesia, Hong Kong, Russia, Vietnam, Australia in 17th, Argentina, and Republic of Korea on the bottom. In the top 32 players, we do actually have 2 Australians now. Triton seems to have had a good game and has come up and is in 31st. We have AKTK still there in 12th. So we do have a few players still in the running to go through on the individual, but our position on the on the team ranking is not looking too great at this point. Um, just spectate the opponent's view. That's not a bad suggestion. Someone's saying just spectate the opponent's view instead of the Australian players. I suppose we could, but um, so the players that do we have this game started? Our game started. We were going to follow Triton, I said, I believe. Wait, no, Rariel, my bad. Yeah, one of these days. For some reason, I always get my brain confused between Triton and Rariel, and there is no reason for that. Um, like, it's not like they have similar names. It's not like I've met them in person and they look similar or anything. No, it's just my brain saying you're going to confuse these for whatever reason. Maybe because they both have EY in their name. I don't know. Anyway, Rariel is who we're going to be following. So you can find it. Rariel is here. The game will start in about 3 minutes. I'll take the scores off for now. So yeah, here we have the players you can see here. We have wait, what? Oh, it looks like there's probably a name change on one of them. Okay, anyway, I'm going to assume this person is the same. They might just be a sub instead. So in the east seat, who I assume is Dos. Is that two in French? Doa? Yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce that actually. Anyway, as you can guess, that's the French player representative. We have Rariel, our own player in the south. We have Who for Rolls, another Austrian, so a teammate of Austria, was it, in the previous round? Yeah, teammate of Austria in the previous round. And then in the north seat, we have Hiki, who is, I'm assuming, the Swedish player who is replacing Walls Erie. Yeah, so it looks like that is a replacement on the Swedish team. Walls Erie does not seem to be in the list, but Hiki is. So, okay. Geez, how do I pronounce that? So it means soft in French. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. Anyway, so I'm going to call it Dos. I just call them soft, maybe. Hiki, Who for Rolls, and Ririo. Alrighty then. We are just minutes away from the final, not the final, sorry, the second last game starting. Not minutes, minute at this point. So, last chance to go to the bathroom, get your drinks, get your coffee, whatever you need. And then we will dive right into this. Yeah, this is, my understanding is WRC rules within Oka. So first place gets plus 50, second place gets plus 10, third place is minus 10, and fourth place is minus 30. So, excuse me, also no red Dora. I'm assuming also head bump as opposed to double run, We haven't seen any situations to prove that, but um, and no, there's obviously no busting. We've seen that. Um, you can go negative and still be um, in the game. And I'm assuming that you can't, if you win, if you're in first place and you win in South 4 as dealer, the game does not end. So let's get into it. We are starting East 1. The Dora is the 5 Sozu. We see a pair of North and a pair of Green Dragons in soft sand. They're actually quite close to Tempai. I think they're 2 Shan 10 away from Tempai at this point, which is quite nice. Rarely has a pair of Easts. And some quick calls here. Who for rolls? Pond, the 9. That's an odd one there. I do wonder what they're aiming for there. I guess they're aiming to get the West as their Yaku, but that's the problem there. They could have been in Tempai, but anyway. Hiki, on the other hand, has more standard sort of like Pinfu type-esque hand. Has a few middleweights to fill in first, though, so we'll see what happens. Rarely has a couple quick calls. He's got his Ton. He might even push for Honitsu at this point. It just needs to draw a few more Honitsu, or, double Dora, that's fine too. Ishan 10. We do get a Tempai here from Who for Rolls. He did get that third West. He's waiting on the 1 pin, which comes out from Ariel there. That is straining. It's only the 1 Han. Sorry, 2 Han. There's a Dora in there. Yeah, this is what happens, right? This is Mahjong. East 2. The door is the 5 Mon. Yeah, Rariel's not a bad start. He's got that, triple 1, 2, 3 in Pinzu. A couple half blocks in Solzu. So, could be decent going. Not much in the way of value, though. Like, potential. Yeah, no, there's just not a lot of value there unless you can get the 5 Mon if it comes out. Who for rolls doesn't have much either, but he does have a potential 789 Sanshoku. And potential Chanta as well, depending on how the tiles come. That'll help him along the way for sure. Hiki, on the other hand, is looking more Tanyo-esque. He's got that Ipeiko in the Sozu already set. So it's not quite Ishan 10, he's 2 Shan 10, I think. But also not a bad setting hand. Soft, on the other hand, doesn't have any. He can accept the Dora, a couple 2-sided weights, but not quite as fast as Hiki, I think. Rariel draws the other 2. Excuse me. So he's got a few pairs here, but also a few 2-sided weights. Yeah, it's none of these hands are particularly fast. Who for rolls probably has the most potentially expensive one. But their road to Junchan is back in play. I was going to say it had kind of disappeared, but no, it's just come back there. Rariel does inch closer. He is now Ishan 10. However, Who for rolls does chi that, pushing for that Sanshoku option. Sanshoku Junchan option. He's Ishan 10 as well. He will have to throw the Dora, though. Hiki, on the other hand, making some progress, but still nowhere. That is Tempai for Who for rolls. He does need the 9, however. He has no Yaku if the 6 comes out. There are 3 9s in the wall, 2 6s, so see what happens. Worth noting that if he draws a 6, he puts himself in Footy 10.
Riichi.
We do get a reach here from Hiki, who does hit Tempai, waiting on the 4-7 pin for quite a nice hand. Reach, Pinfu, Ipeiko, Dora 1. That's a Mangan hand there, right? Sorry, I apologize. Who for rolls doesn't have a Yaku? They need the 9 for the Yaku. They don't get the Junchan, so Um, they are in Tenpai, but I thought they had the Chanta as well. So no, they only have the Sanshoku. Um, they can't Kuikaya here, so. Ah, I was getting pronunciation, how to pronounce do. Okay,
Do.
do,
Do.
do. Okay, so thank you to Altaise, who sent me how to pronounce do. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. So we see Ruriel there dodging some of the things. We have a few tempais here. Do dodges that. So here's with the 6. Like, it's safe because he doesn't have the Yaku. All the 6s are out now, so in that case he's safe. The 9s are still to come. But he does break it, and Hiki does Tsumo into that. So that's going to be Haneman, I think. Still Hanemaning with the Uradora, so that's a very nice hand for Hiki. Do. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure, because, like, if I can pronounce the thing correctly, I would like to be able to do it. Like, so do seems to be the pronunciation. There we got Ruriel. So what have we got? We are in East 3. Ruriel did take the dealer penalty for that sumo, unfortunately. So again, we're seeing the Australians sort of getting a bit of the short end of the stick in this game. West is the Dora. We do not see any. We do see a double ton closed triplet in Hoofer Rolls' hand. There's one of the Wests. Hiki does keep it. Do is sitting at a few pairs, a few things there and there. Nothing great. That 258 string is a bit rough to deal with. Ruriel looking at a Tanyo-esque thing. He's got a lot of middle ones. We get a pond there of Chun for Hiki.
Chi.
Another couple quick calls. Hoofer Rolls has his Yaku, so he can call whatever as much as he likes. Hiki is still trying to get there. That is almost there. He's Ishan 10 now. Hoofer Rolls is in Tenpai actually on the 8 pin. Apologies, I missed that earlier. But no progress in that. The 8 pin, there's 2 in Do's hand, and I don't see it coming out from there. I mean, even if he draws a 7, it's unlikely. So he's going to have to draw it, or someone else is going to have to draw and discard it. You could see Hiki discarding it if they draw it. Rariel, less so, like maybe. And there's the weight on the door from Hiki. So that'll be 3 Han. Not much progress. People are just discarding what they get. Rariel seems to be trying to play it a bit safe here, going towards that Tanyo. I mean, a bit safe, but he's got that pair in the Tuso, so you know he can move on to other things. Some progress. He's definitely hitting Tanyo now. We're still waiting to see where those 8 pins come out. There's the West. Is he going to throw it? He does not. So that's one of the winning tiles for Hiki gone. There are still 2 more on the wall. And it's the kind of tile that is very difficult to use. So if you draw it, it's gonna, it's gonna kill your hand, kind of thing. Ooh, nice draw for Rariel. He breaks the 5/7. He has potential for Ipeiko here as well. The main worry here is that he is fighting against 2 people who are already in Tenpai. So he really needs to not draw that. He needs to draw into Tenpai quickly. Still waiting on the 8 pins to come out, and there's 2 8 pins and 2 Wests still on the wall. So we need to see where they come in. It's a bit of a waiting game at this point because Do seems to be mostly folding at this point, so I don't expect to see the door come out there. There's a second West. We might see them push towards Tenpai. We shall see. Rariel just not having the luck of the draw here. Still one more west in the wall and 2 8s. Do not wanting to throw that south. Never mind. Hiki does draw the last west for 5,200 points and giving him the dealership. Like Rariel's still behind. Hiki's kind of running away things a bit, but Rariel's still in the running to get to second at least. There's still time. We're only in East 4. You can do it. Looking at his hand, we're looking at potential. There's a door there. Tanya's possible. Pinfu maybe. That triplet of 5 makes it a bit difficult. Who 4 rolls has. I mean, this is the kind of hand that makes you wonder whether you can get Ikitsukan, but probably usually doesn't. So yeah, they've broken that already. A few two-sided pairs. This is probably just going to be a Pinfu, maybe Tanya hand for who 4 rolls. Hiki has that triplet of the 1 so. They're actually Ishan 10 at the moment. Potential Pinfu if they draw the 3 so. So that'd be Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 1, which is not too bad. But again, dealership, they're running away, might as well. Nice draw for Rariel there, giving him a two-sided weight for the Dora. To use the Dora. Puts him into Tushan 10 it looks like. Du is looking at... yeah, it's one of those ones that's a bit difficult. Maybe Sanshoku. But he really needs to pull a few Manzu to be able to look at that, like 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku, maybe. Especially with that draw. It becomes a lot more possible. The door of the 4, we see 3 of the 4s, each in Rariel, Hoof rolls, and Hiki's hand. However, we are still waiting to see. Sorry, I'm just going to make sure I've got things where they should be. We are still waiting to see who gets to Tenpai first. Rariel's making progress. He is in Ishan 10. So a decent set of weights there.
Riichi.
We do get Hiki there first, waiting on a 4-7 pin. 4 of which are in the wall. So for Hiki, we are looking at just Riichi Dora 1. They don't have the Pinfu, which is fine. Ooh, Rariel's picked up one of the 4s, and so they've dodged it, which is good. But it's going to be difficult to complete their hand now with this. Actually, no, they can go for a two-sided, sorry, a Shampon weight, so the 4-7 pair weight. It'd give them the exact same weight as Hiki, but 3 of them in a wall. If they draw the 4 or the 7, then they can throw the 3 and be waiting on the 1-4. So yeah, you know the stuff there. And we now know the 3 is weight. Ooh, there's a Khan there, giving a Dora to both Rariel and Hiki and Hooferals. All 3 of them having that 3-4-5 sequence. We do get a pawn there from Hooferals, putting him into Tenpai, waiting on a 4-7 so. 3 of which are left in the wall. This does make it harder for Rariel to get to Tenpai. That set of 1 so was his one of his weights. Excuse me, I think my voice is suffering a little bit. It's also getting late. Ooh, there's the 7 now. I'm assuming we'll keep this, yeah, because it does fit their hand. Rariel plays it safe with a 3. Rariel's just going to hope for Tenpai at this point. Oh, there is his. Is he going to reach here? And if he does, what does he reach on? He throws that. He's waiting on a 7 or a 3 so. The 3 so could come out. The 7 could as well. Depending on who the 7 comes out from. If it comes from Du, he will win. If it comes from Hoofer rolls, Hiki wins. So this is a decent hand. I feel like if he's pushing this, he might be better off reaching it. Unless he's planning on folding, but I think not. So there's the 3. Will Hoofer rolls break their Tenpai here? Oh wait, no, they already did. I apologize. Points for Ariel. So it's Tanyao Hote. Oh, that was a Hote as well. Haite, sorry. Hote, sorry. So Mongun for Ariel, getting him second place, definitely within range. Yeah, so we are into South 1. Rariel has jumped up into second place with that nice Mangan. Who for Rolls is starting with that closed triplet of the White Dragon. Potentially pushing for Honitsu here, it looks like. Hiki has...
Riichi.
we have a quick reach from Du as the dealer, waiting on the 6-9 Manzu. However, two of them are out, but it does also mean that 6 are in the wall. So the 6th Mon is also the door, of which we see none, so this is a difficult situation. We'll probably see at least 2 out of the 3 remaining players fold. I don't know. Like, for me, I'm usually quite cautious of dealer reaches, so even if it's early, it's one of those. Where some people say if it's an early reach, just push. It's generally not going to be a good weight or valuable because they haven't had time to develop it. Rariel making progress, looking at it. Not quite a Tanyao, probably a Pinfu, hopefully.
Sumo.
However, Du does Tsumo that for reach Pinfu Tsumo with an Ura, giving it 7,800 points. Okay, we are still in South 1, since Du being the dealer, we move on, we keep going. The Dora is the 4 So, of which we can see 3. 2 of them are up in Hiki's hand, who's looking like a Chitoy hand at this point. That's Ishan 10 on a Chitoy. Unless they call here, they do not, they're passing on that. Rariel, on the other hand, has a Dora, but nothing attached to it at this point. So we'll see what actually goes ahead in that regard. There's an attachment for Rariel's Dora, so he can do something with that. Potential on a 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku. It's a bit of a push though. We'll see how it goes. That does fill in his much harder weight, which is good. He still has to find his pair now though. An 8-pin or a 6-pin would be ideal, but whatever works. That 3's there, throws the 8. There is potential here. Whether he'll get it or not remains to be seen. Hiki still got that Ishan 10 on that Chitoy. Hoofer rolls a few pairs, potential Ipeiko here. He has to decide which way he's going. He goes for I think it's a slightly wider weight. Du gets a bit closer there. Still keeping that 1 Mon, potentially 4. We get a double Dora there for Rariel as his pair potentially. He does need like a 7-pin would be ideal draw for him. Though if he draws another Dora or a 6 So, he could shift one of his pairs to that. Not one of his pairs, one of his sets. He could throw away the 6, 8-pin. Still no progress on Hiki's hand. They are still Ishan 10 on that. They do seem to be swapping their things around a bit. Du, on the other hand, still 2 Shan 10 away. Hoofer rolls is Sorry, no, it's not Ishan 10. I apologize. Really interesting choice for Ariel here. He does throw the 3. He could have kept it and had the middle weight of the Dora, but considering he has 2 in his hand already, it's a bit of a risky thing, so I think that's the correct decision. Mostly just people shifting their hands around. There isn't much moving forward. Hoofer rolls has widened his acceptance a little bit, but it's still running. He does get a pair there, which is nice. The question is, so he does drop out that. He throws away the Ipeiko. I guess they consider, I don't know. are in Ishan 10, I think. Not quite. Still to Ishan 10. There's the other one. So Hiki's committed to that Chitoitsu at this point. Do is one step closer now. I believe they are in Ishan 10. Rariel hits an interesting formation there, so he is Ishan 10 as well. Getting very late in the hand though. He does chi it there. He is technically in Tenpai here, however, he does not have a Yaku. The Who rolls hits Tenpai as well, waiting on a 4-7. So the door and the 7, so. He does have a Yaku, he has Tanya there. But, oh, and does get it. I was going to add no other value. I think it's Tanya only, yeah, 1,000 points. So we move into Rariel's dealership for the second time. It is South 2. Decent starting hand. No Dora, but, you know, some nice shapes in there, some two-sided. He's got some pairs. Hoofer rolls. Has one of the Dora. Again, some nice shapes, but he's got those excess. Okay, it's gotten a lot better. Yeah, I was going to say excess honors, but he's got a lot of groups now. 1, 2, 3. He's got all his groups. He's 2 Shanten away. He's in a 1 Shanten away. Jesus. Very nice few draws for Hoofer rolls. Hiki up at the top. A few pairs. Tiles are not easily connected at this point. I mean, you know, it can do something. It's just a bit more awkward. It's not the glory that is Hoofer rolls' quick hand right now. We get a quick call there from Ruriel, going for a. Actually, that's Tenpai for him. Sorry, I missed that. He is waiting for Tanya Nomi, but is waiting on a 2-5 pin. There are 3 left in the wall. Excuse me. There is another pair up for Du. He will have. He'll probably keep that, I'm guessing, yeah. Because the south is the round win. Hoofer rolls cheese for Tenpai. His 8 is dead, as we can see. So he's waiting on the 5 mon only, of which 2 are in the wall. But Rariel gets that. Only 1,500, but he gets to keep his dealership, gets a few more points, gets that little bit closer to second. We are in South 2-1 now. The door is the 9 pin. We see 1 over in Hoofer's hand, and that is it. Rariel has some okay shapes, but he still has that 1, 2, 5, 7 pins to deal with. He can accept the door if he gets it, though. Hoofer rolls, on the other hand, floating 2 mon, some middleweights in the 9-7s. He could potentially get Sanshoku in the 7-8-9, but it's always difficult when you have two sets of something like 7-8-9 and then a set of 6-8, like 6-7-8. Because like you could go for it, but you really need to shift that 6-7-8 over, and that's not always easy. Hiki, on the other hand, has some okay shapes. He's got that pair of south. He's got some 2-sided weights potential setup. Doesn't have a Dora, but he can use it if it comes. So Hiki's got a decent looking hand there. Du is actually Ishan 10. I just noticed. If he gets the north, he'll probably call it. I wonder if he'll call it for Tenpai if he'll wait for the second one. Rariel's inching closer. He is 2 Shanten. He's not quite there. We get a Tenpai here from Hiki, waiting on the 7 pin. However, they have no Dora, so that discard from Rariel he's unable to win on. I'm not sure what they're trying to upgrade. Like they can't really make it much better. I guess with that, now it's a single weight on the door. Do is also in Tempai, waiting on, well, essentially waiting on the north. Like technically the 4-so is a winning tile, but they will not have a Yaku if it comes out, so it will have to be the north that they win on. Speaking of which, Rail deals in 1,000 points, moves the game along, moves Rail 2,000 points away from second. It's life. South 3. Rarial with some Chanta-esque looking shapes here. Nothing outside the 3 edge tiles or honors until that one. The door is the south, and Rarial does have one of them. However, we don't see any other yet, so yeah, we could still see that. And it is the round win, so useful in that respect. We have a lot of pairs over in Hoofer Rolls' hand. He might even be Ishan 10 on Chitoi. I think he is. So, interesting thing there for a dealer. I'm pretty sure if he gets the Dora, he'll probably use that as one of his potential weights. Looking up at Hiki, we have some completed shapes. He's got that 1-2 in Sozu to deal with, and he needs to find another block somewhere. Do, on the other hand, some nice shapes. He pulls that Dora. The Dora is useful, but it's also means that he can no longer get Pinfu if he keeps it. But honestly, the 2 Dora he need to use that is worth more than the single Pinfu. So it's fine. Rarial is 2 Shanten still. Oh, the Dora comes out of Du's hand there. Excuse me. Sorry, needed to get some hydration going. So yeah, Ufa rolls, still chasing that G-Toy. Not getting much luck with it yet. Rarial still trying to hit that Tempai, coming closer to a potential 6-7-8 Sanshoku and a Tanya. He's not Ishan 10 yet, though. We do get a Tempai here from Hiki, waiting on a closed weight of the 7-so, I think. Yes, so they don't currently have a Yaku. They haven't reached. I'm guessing they're hoping for a 5-so maybe to improve their weight. There's probably a few other options in the lower sols that they can get to pull their weight, to improve their weight. There's only one 7-so left in the wall. They do throw that 8. They don't keep it. I mean, I don't think there's any benefit in keeping it, to be honest. Hoover Rolls completes the triplet of West, which doesn't really do much for him, but hey, it's a completed block. He doesn't keep it, though. He is still going for that G-Toy, and nothing will dissuade them. Du is getting closer. Keeps picking up pairs, though. Not ones that help him. Rarial discards the 9, not wanting to break up the Sanchoku chance. People seem to have their hands kind of locked down with what they want, and it's just about getting those tiles, and they are not coming. Du seems it's another pair. Yeah, so they're not keeping it. It's just one of those. Yeah, everyone's kind of locked into their hands, as I said. So until someone pulls something that's actually useful to them, we're probably just going to end up in a draw. There's that south. They do not keep it. Like, there's already 2 south out, it looks like. If not a third one. No, it's just the 2, but still. Progress here. We do get a Tempai from Rarial for Tanya Sanshoku, waiting on the 3-so. Hiki is still in Tempai, waiting on that 7. They have just not drawn anything useful. Du does call there. We get a Tsumo from Rarial. Sanshoku, Tanya, 2,000 points. It's not a lot, but it's something. Here we go. Still in second, he needs 4,000 points to get. Sorry, still in third, needs 4,000 points to get into second, or a Mangan Sumo. Sorry, no, Mangan Sumo will not be enough. Needs a Haneman Sumo to get into first. The Dora is the 6-so. So there's potential in his hand. He doesn't have the Dora, but he does have that West. If he opens, then he loses a bit of value in the fact he won't get any reach, he won't get any Udadora. So I wouldn't expect him to call the first one, but he might call the second depending on what it has. Do has a lot of honors in their hand. Props to them for not pushing for a Kokshi. There just wasn't enough for that, so we'll see what they do. They might go for Honitsu and Sozu here. Who for rolls? Actually, I just noticed we don't see any of the door. Who for rolls seems to have a 6, 7, 8 potential Santoku here. However, other than that, there's a lot of floating tiles. You got the 1, the 4, Sozu. You've got those 2 honor tiles. Rariel picks up a third 5-so. So he moves in the potential territory of a Saonko. Maybe? Kinda. However, Do is moving quickly towards their win. They have their Yaku now in the Haku. It looks like they still might be going for Honitsu. But it looks more like they're just going to go for a quick 1,000-point hand. We still haven't seen any Dora. The 6-man is completely absent at the moment. Do decides to keep pushing on. They are Ishan 10 at this point. Rariel is getting, he just doesn't getting the tiles he wants. He's getting there, but it's also not getting there. Apologies, I'm getting a little less eloquent as the night goes on. Who for rolls 6, 7, 8? He doesn't. Oh no, that I was going to say he doesn't have it because of the Manzu, but no, he's just shifted over to there. But he does have the 5, 6. The Sun Circle will be hard to get, but it is possible. They're probably just going to go for probably a Pinfu, maybe depending on what they draw. They do have one of the Dora there finally, so that's the first Dora we've seen, which is surprising. Hiki is Ishan 10? Tushan 10. Do is Ishan 10, but that tile doesn't get him anywhere. Rariel does break this 5. I guess he's shifting to a Chitoitsu potential. He is Ishan 10 on it at this point. I guess getting this late. Yeah, I can see some merit in that. We have still yet to see more than one Dora come out. There are 3 Dora still in the wall. There's the Tenpai for Rariel.
Riichi.
He does reach on it, waiting on the 5. Decent weight. There's the Suji trap there. There are 2 left in the wall. So it's not necessarily a bad weight for him at this point, this late in the game. There's the other door. If he'd waited 1 turn, but this you can't know that in Mahjong, so you can't sweat those. There are still 2 in the wall. There's still 2 Dora in the wall as well. We will see if the 8-man comes out. He has 2 more draws. Do has shifted over to a Honitsu. They do have a closed con of the 3-so. However, they have not declared it. So he gets 1 more draw. There are still 2 in the wall. And 2. There's one of them. Now will he third? He doesn't push into it. Okay. So Rayla has to draw it here. After this discard.
Kan.
We do get the con. Interesting. So ends up going nowhere. Rayla gets 3,000 points. that is not enough, unfortunately. 1,100 points short. Bad luck for Ariel. Definitely pushed for it. I mean, even that reach stick didn't make a change. Like, had he still kept it, he would still be 100 points behind Doom. So, unfortunate result for Ariel, but that's what we ended up with. Okay, that one finished a bit faster than some of the others. Looks like there's still a few games going. We're looking like on the scores. So a few games have finished. It's like maybe about 2 or 3 games still going. See what we've got in the way of Australian players and what we've got. Interesting. Interesting enough, that gives Trayton a result of. Oh no, that wasn't Trayton. That was Rariel. See, I'm still doing it. Looks like AKTK got another win, which is great, putting him. He's now up in the top 10. Still some. Okay, sorry, I was just double checking in on some scores and stuff. I will need some suggestions of what we look for the last game. We've seen each of one player now, so it comes down to what do we want to watch for our last player. We have Rario playing Korea, Argentina, and Brazil. The Korean player is Pingu, who we saw earlier. Trayton is playing Korea, Great Britain, and Sweden. Koala is playing Hong Kong, Argentina, and Brazil. And AKTK is playing Japan, Ukraine, and France. So if you have any suggestions of who you want to watch in the next round, let me know. We are in for a bit of a wait, I think, because some of the games are still going. We can stick our heads into Koala's game, see what we're like. South 4, Koala in a second place behind Kanye West from North America. Headcube is being hit hard here. Koala is the last dealer though, so and it looks like a decent hand. However, Kanye is really trying to push to finish this. So I think it's Ishan 10 for Koala here. He could chi here for Tempai. He does not. That is not Tempai. It is a decent, thing, but yeah, Ipeiko Pinfu just needs that pair somewhere.
Each.
That'll do it. Waiting on the 6-9 mon. The 9 mons, 3 of them are out. 2 6 mon in his hand. There's a Tempai there for Kanye, waiting on the 5 so. However, that is a dead weight at this point, unless Headcube deals into it. There's still 2 6-mon in the wall, and a 9 mon as well, so 4 in the wall for Koala. For what will be a reach, Pinfu, Ipeiko. Oh, Kanye shifted their weight to a 2-pin, 5-pin weight. There comes a 9, so the 9s are gone. There's still 6 6-mons in the wall, 2 6-mons in the wall. There's still 1 5-pin in the wall and a 2-pin in the wall, it looks like. There's one of the 5-pins gone. So 1 2-pin, no 5-pins left in the wall for Kanye. Still waiting to see what was one of the 6s. Now fending, so it's not coming out. So there's one more each for each player. We'll see if they come out or if this heads to a draw. Oh, no, Kanye's got it. Now, will they discard it or will they break the Tempai? Because if they discard it, that's a very big shift. It'll probably lose first place, I think. Yes, they do.
Dong.
I'm pretty sure it's Mangan. Peiko, Tanyao. Oh, and the Ura, so Mangan. Flips the scores. Koala in first. Still in fourth. And this shows us that, yes, there is no quitting when you're ahead in South 4. But he does have a 15,000 point lead now on second. So, I mean, he'll probably still keep running up the score. He's not going to try and end this, I don't think. And he's got a nice starting hand, to be honest. Like 308 in Solzu, a completed block in Manzu, and a pair. You know, this is a decent looking hand. The only thing he doesn't have is Dora. What have we got? Oh, that's Maho over on the south thing, which we had in one of our previous games. Tony's player, who has called a south early on, which is double south. They also have a door in their hand. That's a nice looking hand, to be honest. I think it's still 2 shan 10, but you know, it's getting there. Koala has shifted in completely into Tanyao. Ishan 10 at this point. Ishan 10 for Ipeiko. That's Tenpai. He does lose a Tanyao on it, though. Actually, sorry, that's not Tenpai. Oh, it is. It is. I can't count. Oh, but it's a...
Sumo.
I was going to say he doesn't have a Yaku. He obviously does. It's called Sumo. So another few points for Koala, and we move on to South 4. Also another not a bad starting hand. The Dora is the Haku. There's one in Maho's hand. Koala has, I'm sure, a Tenpai there, and an Ipeiko on the 7 mon. This could even shift into a Suanko Tenpai if he draws the 6-8 or 4. 6-8 mon or the 4, so which is probably why he's not reaching at this point. Like, reaching doesn't get him anything. It's not a great weight. It gets him the 1 han, but there's just a lot of upgrades to this that could happen. Because even if he does get Suanko Tenpai, even if he doesn't get it, it's still a Saanko, right? As well as Toi Toi. So, you know, there's a lot of value just from that one upgrade. It's what, 4 han at least if upgrade for on one of 3 tiles. The 6s won't come. They're over in Kanye's hand. The 8 is still live, and the 4 is still live. One of each is still possible. And there's 1 7 in the wall as well. So 1 winning tile left in the wall and 2 upgrade tiles left in the wall for Totoro. Looking around, I don't see the 7 mons coming out of either. Oh, it might come out of Maho's hand depending on how their Monzu progress, but it's unlikely at this point. It won't be coming out of Kanye's hand. It fits too nicely in there. They're actually Ishan 10 on a Tanyao. And probably Tanyao Pinfu. I mean, Koala's still Tenpai, so, like, you know, he's no reason to change his hand unless he gets those upgrade ones. There's a Tenpai from Kanye waiting on a 4-7, so there's now 2 people waiting on the 7s. The 4, there is 1 left in the wall. Never mind. Koala Tsumos.
Sumo.
He does hesitate, like, do I want this? The answer is yes, it seems. So 3-9, more points for Koala, racking up the score in South 4. The door is West. Kanye West has the West pair. So that is potentially a Mangan hand for Kanye over there. Koala's hand looking decent. 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks in a pair, so 2 shan 10. I make that 8 shan 10. Not much in the way of value, but he's not looking for value. He's just looking to keep winning at this point. Maho, 1 pair, 2. Also decent thing. I think it's Ishan 10 as well. So a lot of fast hands this time. Head cube also Ishan. Yes, also Ishan 10. So everyone. So the bottom 3 are Ishan 10. Kanye is not quite Ishan 10. I think they're 2 Shan 10 at this point, but they do have that Dora, potential Dora bomb in their hand. Head cubes shifting their weights around a little bit, not getting to progress. Koala being so that's Ishan 10 for him as well. Still, it's a different Ishan 10, but still Ishan 10. A bit of a wider weight possibility in the Solzu. A shift from Maho. They've dropped the 1 to keep the Haku for a safe tile.
Home.
There's that Dora bomb coming out, so Kanye's getting there. Kanye is in Ishan 10. We do get a shift from Koala there. It does mean that they could potentially get a Tanya if they can get a 4-1. They can throw away the 9 soul and go for Tanya. We do get a Tenpai there for Kanye, waiting on a 2-5, which gets Ormeki dealt into head cubes. That'll end the game. Koala will be in first. So we get to see our first Australian get first on the stream, which I'm happy about. I admit this wasn't the game we were watching. This is one that was afterwards. But see, we can watch Australian wins. Congrats, Koala. Apparently, we were warned an hour ago. Koala was saying, "I've been losing, therefore I'm due for a win." So it seems. I assume there's still a game or two waiting. So I haven't heard anything in terms of when the next one's starting. It will be another 10 minutes again. Like after the last game, it's 5 minutes, and once they start, it's 5 minutes until we can view it. What's the scores looking like? Still one or two games left to finish, it looks like. That's going to help Koala jump up. Koala's jumped up from like bottom to like 48th, so that's a very good win from him. Sorry, just checking scores. We are waiting on a match between Russia, France, Great Britain, Republic of Korea, and France. Wait, what? That's 5 players. Did someone maybe not make it and they had to be subbed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I just can't count. 6. There are 6 players that don't have 4 games. 7. Okay, there's 2 games still going basically. And we will have to wait for them to finish. Okay, there's 1 game left. We just got the notification. So yeah, there'll be a few minutes. Get that last coffee, that last energy drink, that last water, whatever. And we will go into the final Hanchan as soon as it starts. But you've got at least 10 minutes. So barring that last game finishing, there's still that to go. Australia's currently, I'll put the scores up because we are only missing 2. So there's the top 35 players. For those curious, Koala's win put him at 48th. So he's still a bit off there, but he's definitely jumped up. AKTK is up at 6th, as you can see. Oops, let's be scrolling. They're the team scores currently. I'm assuming they're correct and up to date. Australia is in 10th. to be honest, not outside of the realm of possibility of still qualifying in 8th place. Um, those wins from AKTK and Totoro that round have definitely helped. Sorry, I'm just checking. Yeah, Drayton didn't win that one. So yeah, those 2 wins definitely helped. But it's going to remain to be seen. Like, it's going to be a bit of a battle for 8th place, it looks like. But with 4 people playing, the point swings can always be quite large. You can get 4 people getting firsts, which means you get, like plus a couple hundred, 100 or something, 150. So you can easily jump quite a lot of points. You can get everyone getting 4th and just completely plummet. So we shall see what happens. Currently, Chinese Taipei is in first. France is second. Ukraine has come back up a bit. So yeah, like when you have 4 people playing, these scores can still swing quite widely. Excuse me. And top 32 players, as you can see, we currently only have the 1 Australian, but still. Actually, apparently the rules may have changed on the team tournament. It might only be the top 4. Gonna try and get clarification on that. Apologize because, yeah, there's. Um, yeah, I'm gonna have to get more information on that because I'm still trying. One of the games finished, so we are looking at about a 10-minute gap. I don't have official confirmation of that yet, but yeah. Um, what time is it? So we're waiting to hear what the next time will be. Um, so trying to figure out if I can find that information for you all. No, I still can't find any notifications of changes. Um, like Twitter, yeah, there's just match pairings. If anyone does know the answer to that, please let us know in chat. Teams. Yeah, I can't find anything specifically on their webpage about it. Uh, so yeah, we'll see. I don't have any confirmation on that. Apologies. I think the scores have been updated there. You can see AKTK up at 6th. Australia is in 11th. Okay, so the scores have changed a little bit. It's still not out of the realm of possibility, but again, 27 points when you have 4 people playing in this kind of format, where the firsts matter so much. Yeah, it's easily anything can happen still. If it is top 4, again, not impossible, but much more difficult. We're definitely going to need that set of 4 wins to get through. Where is my one? So, France, Chinese Taipei, Ukraine, Austria. Yeah, no, we do have a France player we're facing, but yeah, very little, and Ukraine. So we could look at AKTK again. He is facing both Ukraine and France. I think we're better off looking at Russian Federation, to be honest. We're not playing the Russian Federation in the last game, so that's out of the way. Um, what have we got time-wise? Time-wise, back at 20 past, so 6 minutes. And so yeah, we've got. So basically, it's be another 10 minutes from now until the next game is starting for us. Um, so Totoro is saying he's got a bit of a nasty table coming up. I mean, yeah, you've got Japan. Japan's something always to be worried about, and then you've got Ukraine and France, which are at the top. And it's Milu. Yeah, so fourth place player. A Ukrainian player, but not the top. And Unanaman. So yeah, the Totoro's game is not too bad. So I'm just gonna scroll up and see. Unaman is 72nd, so he's haven't had a good run. Ukraine, Tilary, Sika. Right, wait, what? Boris. Oh, the okay. 54th. So yeah, that's Totoro's other player. Player in 44th, 72nd, and 4th. So we might follow Totoro's game just to see that go, just because, yeah, you've got the Ukraine, you've got France, you've got Japan. They're all teams above us. Whereas, let's say Triton is playing Korea, Great Britain, Sweden. Sweden is just above us, the other ones are all below us. Rariel is playing Korea as well, Argentina and Brazil, all teams below us. AKTK, sorry, Koala is playing Hong Kong, Argentina, and Brazil. Hong Kong, Argentina, Brazil, mostly players below us. So honestly, AKTK's is probably the one that will affect us the most. So if he can really knock some of them down, so I think we'll probably follow that game. But we shall see. I'm hoping people are still watching and everything's still there. If you are, do please give us a like and subscribe if you enjoy what we're doing. We do try and do as much of the commentating as we can, a lot more lately. Hopefully we'll be back next week if Australia qualifies, but we shall see. Obviously this last round, anything can happen. Yeah. For those who want to double check or recap of our players, we have Koala, also known as Totoro to a lot of people. From Sydney. I'm not sure if he's based in Sydney at the moment, but he's definitely our Sydney representative. We have AKTK, also a Sydney representative. We have Trayton, who is from Adelaide, and Rariel, who is from Brisbane. So players from all over the country, as long as you count the east half of the country as all over the country. But if you know Australian geography, then the only thing west of Darwin or Adelaide is Perth. So it's just okay. I'm being a little mean there, but there's just a lot of empty space. The only big city over on the west coast is Perth. Australian geography is just a lot of empty land most of the time. So yeah, we are waiting still for the last round to go. They'll be starting the games in about a minute-ish. And then we will have a 5-minute delay because That's what Tenho says when you're spectating. You have to have a 5-minute delay. And yeah, we will be into the last Hanchan. Thank you all for those who have stuck out this whole time, so far 4.5 hours. Especially any of the Australians that are here who've, up until like 2, 3 a.m. with me. And any viewers we have from overseas who are joining in. I mean, if you're not in Australia or overseas at this point, because we're an island and all that. It is late, so I do apologize for any mistakes I make. There will be some. Um, but yeah, thank you all so much for joining this. Thanks for liking, subscribing, all that YouTube stuff. The final round is starting. We will have a 5-minute wait until we can watch our games. And unless anyone speaks up, we will probably watch AKTK's game because it has the largest number of teams above us. Actually, all the teams are above us. Waiting for games. Okay. Okay, now the games have literally just started now, so the first one has started, so yeah. Go to the bathroom, grab your stuff, grab your drinks. I will do the same briefly, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I am back. Take that off. Take a look at our winning things. The games. One of the games have started. The others have not. That's weird. I'm not sure what's going on. They are starting. I guess they must have had it. They were waiting for someone, and there was an issue. Oh well. We will still be waiting. For continuations. Those are the scores. I'll take those down now. Boop. We could almost try and keep the team scores up and try and figure out what the results are, but without knowing of other players' results, it's probably not going to be worth trying to figure out. There's just too much variation. We might do it if we do get into the next round. We might do it for the next round, but in this one, there's just too much variation from too many different teams for it to be worthwhile at this point, I feel. So yeah, what's going on with these games? Okay, they're starting all of them now. They must have had someone they were waiting for. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the games have started. Koala's game started. Good luck, Koala. Rarial Games has started. Good luck, Rarial. Um, Also, this is the International Online Reach Mahjong Championships, which seems to be organized and run by the Korean Mahjong League. So props to them for all the work that they do to help organize this. Um, this is not an easy thing coordinating people across this many time zones. Um, and they do this every year, it seems. They have for the last, number of years. So, major thanks to them for doing all this. Um, and yeah, especially since I don't think Korea's done very well this year. Um, but obviously that's beside the point. That's Mahjong, right? Um, Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Um, and in Mahjong, it's usually mostly lose and only a quarter win. Um, so they're still going and starting all the games, so it's a bit of a stepping, sort of nearly there. Um, Only two of the Australians so far. If we do come on next week, it is the same time as this one, so it'll be starting at about 10 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, or I mean Eastern Daylight Savings Time now. Either way, 10 p.m. current Melbourne or Sydney time. Um, the duration of format will be dependent on what's happening, whether we're following individual or team, and whether they run or when they run. Um, but let's see what happens with the results here first. It's another game started. Kanye and Headcube are playing again. I'm sure Headcube is not going to be looking forward to that after the last game. Um, so yeah, it looks like it seems they're having issues with people um, not being logged in, so they can't start the games. I mean, people are showing in. It's slowing things down a bit. Um, so yeah, we're still waiting for all the games to start. Looks like we've had 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12. So about half the game, a bit more than half the games have started. So you've got a few minutes still if you need to get that last minute coffee, bathroom break, whatever. Um, as we will still have the 5 minutes once the games do start. We'll still have the 5 minute delay before we can view it. So people saying still waiting, still waiting. Organizer says please wait. I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, like yeah. There seems to be some issues with getting the game started. Oh well, that happens. Um, we will just do our own waiting. Um, I have covered most of the things I generally do. Oh, AKTK game has started, so we will at least get our view on that when I can find it. Good luck, AKTK. Okay, I can't see it on this list yet, unless I'm blind. Probably blind, but partially blind. Oh, no, that's probably gonna. No, it's still at the end. This Koala's game, this Trayton's game. I think I updated then. Yeah, there's AKTKs. Actually, I'll go back for a sec. Keep watching the. I think Rarial has not started yet, so keep an eye out because we've still got the 5 minute wait anyway. But with 5 minutes from now, we'll be into the last game. And then, yeah, we will be done for the evening. Night, morning, whichever you are for you. One, two, three, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So a few more games to start. 5 maybe. Um, Sorry, just checking a few things in the process. All good. It looks like there was some disconnected things, but yeah. Anyway, good luck to Ariel when his game starts. And Trayton. Can't remember which one. I think Trayton's one hasn't started yet. Anyway, as you can see on there, we are starting in about 3 minutes into this last Hanchan of the International Online Reach Mahjong Championship qualifiers. Okay. Let's see if we can break our curse of our main game that we watch not going too well. So we have starting dealer is Ukurai Nahito. Ukurai, I guess. Ukuraina. Oh, right. Ukrainian. It just means like someone who's from the Ukraine in Japanese. In the starting dealership, who, funnily enough, is our Ukrainian representative. We have Melu from France in south, AKTK Australian in west, and Unaman from Japan in north. So yeah, a couple minutes to go, and we will be in 1 minute to go. Last home stretch, and hopefully it goes well. We shall see. Anyway, for those just joining us at the last minute, the rules are Akanashi, so no red Dora. Otherwise, they seem to be mostly WRC rules. You can't go bust. You can't end the game if you win in first. I'm assuming head bump. We still haven't seen that happen yet, so it could still be double runs. And the Uma Okas are 30, 10, and 20. So first place will get 50 points, second place will get 10, third place will get negative 10, and fourth place will get negative 30. All players start with 25,000 points. Positive is considered over 30,000. And so yeah, that 20 points for the Oka for coming first is what makes things so unpredictable, because coming first is just that much of an extra set. You get an extra 20 points, which when your margins are within 100 points, 20 points is quite a big thing. The gap from the top team to the bottom team is only 500 points, and if you have 4 people getting first, that's 80 points just from getting first, ignoring the fact that they get another 30 on top of that for being first, and also have their positive scores. So anyway, we are into here. The Dora is the 1 pin. It is East 1. Let's go. Ukrainian has the pair of South. Some decent shapes in there, so they might have a quick hand here. Not much in the way of value, but they could accept a door. Melu has the pair of the Haku, the White Dragon, so could call for that, but also a pair of Norths, which doesn't help them much. I mean, again, it's a pair. It's still a block. AKTK has an okay starting hand, no value, but some blocks. He can call for the Haku if it comes out. We'll have to see whether Melu actually drops it. We might see a situation where both AKTK and Melu hold on to their pairs, hoping to call it, and therefore neither will be able to. Unaman is, what do we got? Sitting on a Dora, otherwise on a very Tanyo-esque hand. Ukrainian has picked up a Dora. Is actually probably sitting in the best position at the moment to finish this hand. He's in Ishan 10. Perfect Ishan 10, you could say, in the fact that let's just change that. So in the fact that, regardless what he draws, he should be in Tempai on a two-sided weight. Melu has picked up a third north and called the 3 there, so they're, banking on that Haku to win. AKTK, on the other hand, is making some progress. Is probably also banking on that Haku, so we might see a situation neither Melu nor AKTK win this. Unaman, again, making some progress. He throws the door there to go for Tanya. We do get a reach there from Ukrainian. He is waiting on the 3-6 Solzu. Of which two are in the wall, 1-3, 1-6. Let's see whether some people seem to be trying to fold at least. AKTK is definitely playing it safe. Melu is going to be our main guest. Like so far, they've been able to keep their hand shape-ish without having to play risky tiles. Now is where we have to see if they're going to push or if they're going to fold. They do fold. Oh no, they had thrown the north. My bad. They had already started folding. Unaman does get to Tempai, but it doesn't matter. Ukrainian sumos anyway. 2,600 points all. So good start for dealer, good start for Ukrainian. Not the best start for us. That's fine. We are into East 1 still. The Dora is the 7-pin. We see AKTK with a pair of Souths. Complete guest wind, not his, not the rounds. Some decent shapes coming up. He could accept the 7-pin if it comes, but doesn't have one in his hand at the moment. Unaman has 2, however, as well as a pair of 9s, so potentially Peiko, I guess. Other than that, he's got some middle blocks floating around. Ukrainian has had a quick pawn of the Hatsu. No value. Might push for Honitsu and Manzu if he pulls too many. Otherwise, we're looking at another low-scoring hand, most likely. From him, Melu, or them. Melu is potentially Peiko here. Is that not quite Ishan 10 to Shan 10. AKTK getting all the 8s, drawing it, making East the Dora, which is also his Rinshan tile. He does not keep it though. He's discarded one already. That is unfortunate. But he is closed. He can still reach. He is in Tempa. He's in Ishan 10. Oof, there's the other Dora. Unfortunate. So we'll see what he does here. I could see him probably dropping the South and going for Tanya. Unaman is he's Ishan 10 for a Tanya. Dora 3. He's picked up another Dora, so he's got a lot of Dora there. Is he going to push here? Is he going to drop one of his... What is he dropping here? Drops 3. Okay. Once that two-sided weight. Oh, and AKTK draws the third South right after discarding it. Not a biggest of losses, but also, yeah. Melu's hand, he throws the Dora there. Oh, that's Ishan 10, sorry, for AKTK. With a perfect weight. Unaman is deciding whether to G that. Decides not to. Or maybe Milu was running out the clock on the pawn. Is that Tempai? No, not quite. Milu's Tempai just doesn't seem to want to come. Nor does AKTK's for that matter. That is
Riichi.
Tempai for Unaman, who will reach. Waiting on the 6-9 Manzi. Two of which are in the wall. To see if people push or if they fold. There's another 9 down, so there's one left in the wall. Can still fit into Ukrainian's hand, so it's not a complete loss there. AKTK still managing to keep his Ishan 10. Still 1-6 man in the wall. Sorry. 9-1. Oh, speaking of which. Yep, AKTK folds here. Not worth the risk, especially with the double Uradora chance. So that is a dead weight now. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, it's a dead weight. It's unlikely we'll see AKTK hit Tempai. That is Tempai for Ukrainian, however, waiting on a 4-man, of which 2 are still in the wall. 1 is left in the wall. AKTK has to try and dodge here. He does. Correct move there. Doesn't, yeah, you lose 1,500 points, but it's better than dealing in. We are still in East 1. The door is the north. We don't see any door. Okay, we say that AKTK draws 1 straight away. But it is a guess win, so he's got a lot of honor tiles that are kind of all over the place. So I think he had 8. So it's going to be a bit of a difficult hand to complete. He's got a lot of 1-4s as well, not much connected tiles. So good luck on him. We look over at Unaman. He's got some pairs. Again, not much value, particularly when we have these honor tile Doras. It's kind of hard to get some value in there. You have to look at how you can stack potential Yakus. Can you get Pinfu and Sanshoku and something else? And that doesn't seem to be happening for Unaman. Ukrainian opens up again on the Hatsu, probably pushing for a Honitsu, maybe? Or just Tempai, we'll see. He is technically Ishan 10, I think, yeah. AKTK's hand's starting to come together. He's got a few pairs. Melu also has a similar situation with a bunch of pairs. Probably wants to call that East. Just to the Yak and get it over with, but so far no other Easts have come out. He might say close and go for 7 pairs as well, Chitoi, but we shall see. AKTK still 4 pairs. Just the hand is just not coming together for him. He does get the other West. The last West is still on the wall, so he could call that still. But he is also Ishan 10 for Chitoi, so a Chitoi weight on a Dora, not the worst thing in the world. Unaman probably a Tanyao hand. That's sorry, not Tanyao, Pinfu-ish hand, but he's still got that 8, 9 in souls to deal with. We do get a Tempai from Milu for a Chitoi, waiting on the 8. So we have a problem here for AKTK. If he draws the Dora to get into Tempai, oh, he can still throw the 6 though, 6 man, I guess. But AKTK is either waiting on Melu's winning tile or on the Dora. There's a Tempai here for, okay, it's been broken. I was going to say there was Tempai for Ukrainian, but he's broken it since. So we're back to just the Tempai from, or just the reach from Milu. AKTK has broken his Ishan 10, opting to just not deal in, which is fair to be honest. Particularly with that discard pool, it's kind of hard to think what he's on. Like, if he's called Cheetoy, it's fine, but it's also a case of even if you know something's Cheetoy, it can be hard to dodge with, because there's just no way of knowing what the tile is. You just have to look for potential cases where the pairs have been out or whatever. Looking like we're heading to a draw. Yes, we are. Milu gets 3,000 points. Well, 2,000 once you take away Riichi stick. And we move on to East 2 finally. The door is the 4-pin. We look at AKTK's hand. He's got 3 pairs to start with. He's got 2-sided weight and an edge weight. Like, yeah, could be better, could be worse. He doesn't have the door, doesn't have value for it, but he does have potential for an Ipeiko in the Manzu. Unamon, on the other hand, has a closed triplet of the 5s. He can accept the door, except, yeah, it's a shift now if he does get it. Ukrainian is a complete block, bit here, bit there. Again, can accept the door, doesn't have it. We don't actually see any of the door at the moment. Milu, see where he goes with that, because potentially Peiko in the Manzu, but throws out that 1 pin, not wanting it. AKTK's hand has not changed in the last 4 draws. I say that, he moves forward. Maybe I should say that more often. So he's 2 Shanten on Cheetoy. So we see. Oh, so is he going to shift to a Toy Toy-esque thing? Yeah, he is. Okay. Excuse me. What are we looking at? Ukrainian has been shifting a bit. He's got some good shapes. He's got that 5-5-6-6 in the middle, so he can actually accept 2 Doras now. He is, I think, 2 Shanten. Unaman, very nice sort of set of tiles in the Pinzu. He's got a Dora. Ishanten as well, but he'd probably drop the Dora depending on what he drew. He'd have to drop the Dora, I should say, which you might not want to do. Melu getting closer to something like, I don't know, like he's got the triplet of 3 for the 2 pins. I'm not sure what he's going to do. He probably wants to call the Haku. Tenpai here for Unamon, waiting on a 5-8. Stays quiet on it. I'm guessing he wants to try and get rid of that 9 for the Tanya. Milu calls, pushing for a Toy Toy situation. Oh, here comes the Haku. Excuse me. Here comes most likely. He reaches on it, which will be called by Milu. Yep. Who also is in Tenpai now, waiting on the 1-7, which AKTK proceeds to draw. He does not throw it. He does seem to be folding. Ukrainian does draw 1 as well. He also folds. So there's 1-7 so left in the wall. There's 1-5 and 1-8 as well. So 2 versus 1, we do get a reach from AKTK. However, he's going to deal. No, he's not going to deal any. He is fine. He is waiting on the 1 as well. It is a dead weight, unfortunately. Well, I mean, I could. Oh, never mind. There's 2 more from Miller. Door 2, so puts Melo out in front. AKTK in 4th, but only just at the moment. He can still catch up. Dora is the 1, so AKTK starts a pair of Haku, a few pairs in his hand in general, and everything else is a bit disconnected. Another pair. He does seem to get a lot of cheat toys going these days, or tonight, I should say. Unamon's hand, not too bad. Decent shapes, but he's going to have to do something with those Sozu, and there's not much in the way of value. Ukrainian, on the other hand, has that Hatsu call possibility. He's got 2 Dora. He's got the hand that you want at the moment. Milu's got that pair of West, doesn't do much. He does also seem to be shifting towards a Cheetoy. I think you find if you get one person towards Chitoy, another person is generally the same thing. You know, if this pair's somewhere, this pair's everywhere. AKTK's Haku, he does not take it. So we need to see what goes on here. He can accept the door if it comes. Ukrainian also going towards the Chitoy at this rate. Like, obviously, he can still go for Ipeiko here. Like, if he draws the 6 pin, that's still Tenpai for an Ipeiko Dora 1. So he's not. He's also near Chitoy, but he's definitely got other options. Melu completes that west, which destroys chances of Chitoy most likely, or at least makes it harder or inefficient. But you know, you start looking at things like Sanko and stuff like that. Where are we up to? Sorry. Yep, there's over there. So that is Tenpai for Melu, waiting on the 2 for a Chitoy. AKTK picks up a triplet of the Easts. It is to the East round, so that is good for him. The wait for Melu is currently dead in the fact that 2 of the 2s are out and 1 is in Unaman's hand. And it's not likely to be coming out, so his wait's mostly dead, unless he shifts it up, which he can.
Riichi.
He does reach on it, so he's waiting on. Sorry, what? That I'm guessing that's a misclick. Or he's just trying to force people. I don't. That's got to be a misclick. Because he can't know the 2 mon is in Unaman's hand, so he should still think there's still potential of 1 2 mon to come out. But the Souths are completely dead. Oh well, it's, you know, I just have to go with that. We will see what happens. AKTK still Ishan 10 for potential Mangan from Ton Hakutoitoi. Ooh, there's a door. Is he going to do anything with it? He does break his Ishan 10, unfortunately. Unaman is still sitting there, not quite Tenpai. Nearly there. He's Ishan 10. Ukrainian jumping around a bit, trying to not deal in. I guess Melu's objective comes in the fact that he's forcing others to fold. We have a Tenpai here from Ukrainian waiting on 8 mon or a 7 soul. The 8 mon is dead, the 7 soul, there's 1 left in the wall. Never mind, he draws it anyway. Like, that 2000 moves it on. AKTK's deal. Let's go. It does give him second. It does give Ukrainian first place back though. AKTK. The door is the 3 mon. AKTK does not have one. His hand is like a couple 2-sided weights, a couple edge weights, a couple middle weights. Like the blocks are there, but they're not nice blocks. Unaman has some better blocks. Potentially Peiko. He's got a door as well. We look up at Ukrainian, who's got that closed triplet of the 6 pin. Everything else a bit more disconnected, however. Melu, probably much better. Is that actually is Ishan 10 for him, isn't it? Melu's already at Ishan 10. And a potential of Ipeiko now as well. So Melu's probably at the fastest hand. AKTK just wanting to get to Tenpai and keep his dealership at this point. But the tiles are not being kind right now. Excuse me. We are still looking to see where the door comes out. There's still only the one we can see over at Unaman's hand. AKTK's hand does progress slightly here. He has to make a decision about which blocks he's going for now, though. Breaks the 8-9 block. Ukrainian's hand does not progress. He is 2, 3, Shunten. Milu gets a little bit closer. It's not Tenpai, but it gives him another closed triplet. So yes, he breaks the 1-2 so group. like potential of a San Anko situation, maybe.
C.
If he draws the 2-pin. AKTK gets that east, so he can call that for double ton, which would be nice. He's also got acceptance of the door. Looks like he's confirming 6-0 for his pair. Ukrainian is actively calling here, trying to get to Tempai. He is Ishan tenant now. He does not have a Yaku at the moment. He'll have to break that 8-9 pin to get a Yaku, to get to Tanya at least. Unaman makes some progress. I think he's closer. Oh, we do get a Tempai there from Ukrainian, waiting on the 7-8 pin, I should say. 1, 2, 3, 6. There's 2 left in the wall, 1 of each. AKTK not having luck with getting the tiles he needs. Still not many door out. I say that and he draws the door. Nice. He's Ishan 10 now, but he does need that east if possible, and we're running out of draws. We get a Khan here from things. The new door is the east, making this potentially explosive for AKTK if he doesn't deal in here. He does shift the other way, so he's still in Ishan 10. He draws the 6s in Ipeko. Oh, we do get the... He does pawn it there. What is he discarding? He discards the 3. He's waiting on the 6 only. Unfortunately, they're all in Ukrainian's hand, so they will not be coming out. Tempai on the 2-mon for Milu. We have 1 draw left for each player. Ooh, unless we get a Khan here from AKTK. He does. Doesn't give himself another Dora, but 3 people Tempai. AKTK keeps his dealership. Unfortunate we didn't get the points from that, but that's Mahjong. Okay, East 3-1. The Dora is the Haku, the white dragon. AKT, we see 1 white dragon up at Ukrainian's hand. AKTK's hand, starting hand, a bit disjointed. He's got a complete 7-8-9 and a pair, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Unaman, some much more completed blocks. Potential. He's got a 3-4-5 Sanchok already set. Though he's got 2 pairs of 3s now as well, so he's got quite a nice hand there. Ukrainian, he's got that triplet of 6 and the 7, but he's got some honors and his Sozu struggle a little bit, but I mean he can get there. Melu, potential Ipeko in Manzu. Just overall not a bad hand. Not quite the level of Unaman's, but definitely close. Unaman is... Let's make a decision here.
Riichi.
He does reach. It is a Sanshoku Pinfu potential. Reach Tanyao Sanshoku Pinfu potential Ipeko, so it's Mangan / Haneman depending on what he wins on. If he tsumos, it's Haneman regardless. And this is before we count Uradora. That is the last 5, so we will not be seeing, unless AKTK deals in, we'll not be seeing the 5, the Ipeko. There are still 2 Tusos in the wall though. AKTK is actually in Ishan 10 at this point. Remains to be seen if he will push and how he might push. And if he gets Tempai at all, for that matter. Still 2 of those Tuso in the wall. AKTK actually needs 1 himself, for that matter. There's the door. He does throw it. Potential keep it. Oh, it gets thrown by Unaman as well, so he knows it's at least safe. Still waiting to see that those Tuso come out. AKTK still needs to hit Tempai. If AKTK hits Tempai waiting on the Tuso, there's 1 of them by the way. So there's 1 more left in the wall. he will head bump Unaman if someone discards it. I mean, it has to get to that point, and it's getting towards the end of the hand, and it's not looking promising at all. Still technically Shanten. That 2-so situation we mentioned before is gone now, though. AKTK desperately trying to keep a shape that lets him get to Tenpai. No, that's going to be the end of AKTK's dealership. Still 1 2-so left in the wall. And so thrown. There's a 3-pin. He does get the Haite. So that is going to be a Baimon, I think. No, he's 1 short. He needed the Ipeiko for a Baimon. As a Hanemon Sumo. Putting him still in 2nd place. Sorry, 3rd place, but AKTK is sitting at the bottom now, which is unfortunate because he takes the brunt of the penalty for that as well. Where are we at? We are in South 4. The door is the east, of which we see a pair of in Unaman's hand, that double ton Dora situation. However, AKTK's hand's actually looking quite nice. He's got, some completed blocks. He's potential for Ikitsukan if it comes. Overall, decent hand. Value is kind of there. Painful Ikitsukan reach is, pretty decent. And gets a bit closer there. He is actually perfect Ishan 10 at this point. Or at least, regardless of which of the two-sided weights he gets, he'll be in Tenpai. Ideally, he'd probably want the 6-pin to come, but, whatever happens thing. He'll take whatever he wants, what he can. We do get Ukrainian pushing heavily for what looks to be a Chinitsu. Melu pushing for what looks also to be a Chinitsu, except in Manzu instead of Sozu. That East still not coming out. Still be in the wall somewhere. Unaman essentially banking on that for his Yaku. Oh no, 2, 3, 4 as a potential Yaku as well. I apologize, that is viable. I have to decide now if he's going to keep. I guess, yeah, he doesn't. Still waiting. AKTK still wanting to get to that Tenpai. Milieu trying to decide whether to break his 2-sided weight.
Riichi.
He does not. He reaches instead. He is waiting on a 4-7. Sozu. Tenpai for Unaman. Yes, he drew that east. Yeah, Tenpai for Unaman. That's scary. He's waiting on a 2-5 pin. And the 5 pin is something that AKTK has to discard if he hits Tenpai. He doesn't have to. He can throw the 4 instead and give us a pair. But yeah. That's going to hurt if someone deals into that. 1, 2, 3. There are still 2 5s out. There's a 4 gone. So dealing into Milius, knocking him back down again. Not a big hand, but oh, never mind. It's not a bad hand with that 2 Uradora. Knocking Unaman back down, but it does move the game along as well. So we are now into the south round. 7 or 8 terminals in AKTK starting hand, not great. The door is the 8-mon, of which we see 2 in Melu's hand. Melu's got a few pairs, but might just go for a Tanyao in general. AKTK, it's got the shapes coming up now. He's got completed 1, 2 2-sided weights, and a pair. So his blocks are coming together at least. Unaman is sitting on some decent shapes, but not much in the way of finished stuff. Ukrainian has that pair of the chun that they're trying to use as a Yaku. They could also push for a Tanyao as well. Bit of a push for Tanyao, but it's still there. Melu in a Chitoi Ishanten.
Home.
The Chun comes out of AKTK's hand. He's also an Ishanten for Pinfu, Riichi Pinfu. Potential 3-4-5 Sanshoku. Potential, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also Ishanten Chitoi for Unaman, but he has options in the Ipeiko area as well. He does seem to be shifting more towards that. It's not the Ipeiko, but yeah. Milu has to decide if he does break that and also goes for more open hand. I guess he did it a bit earlier as well with the two things. We get a pawn there from Milu, who gets Tenpai waiting on the 8 Manzu or 8 Pinzu. Oh, that's another thing there. So we're seeing a potential Suanko Ishanten from Unaman. It's not going to happen at the moment because the 6 might still be alive. It is not. No, he cannot get it. His tiles are not there. We get a Khan from Melu, making the 6 man the new Dora. He is still in Tenpai waiting on the 8 Manzu or 8 Pinzu, of which 4 are left in the wall. That's actually insanely good right now. Like, I don't know what the stats are, but there's a high chance of him drawing it in the next few draws. He does also have Haite. Wow, 4 of the winning tiles eaten by the dead wall. Hurts for Melu, but oh well, we move on. We are into South 2. The Dora is the Chun. And Melu has a pair of the table wind or the round wind in his hand. AKTK would prefer that since it would be a double for him, but only has a pair of the north. But he does have one of the Dora in his hand, and is the only one currently with a Dora. Unaman seems to be shifting towards a Honitsu Chinitsu style Manzu hand. Picks up one of the Doras though. Ukrainian, on the other hand, Tanya, Pinfu. Yeah, like Sanchoku's a bit too far out to really look at. But AKTK's getting his value is going to be difficult. Like unless he gets that Chun, his other things are just. I mean, 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku maybe. It's just a bit of a stretch. So 1, 2, 3 pairs. So yeah, progress forward, and he's still trying to hold on to that door because you really do want that. Melu calls on that south. I'm just thinking, looking at Ukrainian, he's actually got quite a nice shape there, it feels. I think it's quite Ishanten, but it's quite close. AKTK does move forward there in theory. Yep, 1, 2. He does have to deal with the fact that what he's going to do with those norths. Is he going to keep him? Is he not? Especially now that he's actually hit. Yeah, so he's breaking out the 8-9. We get Unaman in a Honitsu Dora situation. Tenpai from Melu waiting on a 3-6 Manzu. Only 1 is left in the world, however. Unaman is not in Tenpai yet. But if they draw the 2, they could have a Ikitsukan Ipeiko Dora Honitsu Dora. If they sumoed it, it would be a Baimon. So that's potentially quite a scary hand. But it's not there yet. They still need to finish it. They could also draw the Chun as well. There's the 8. He's going to deal
Dong.
in to Ukrainian, who just got into Tenpai. That's 1,000 points. Hurts, but it does also get AKTK to his dealership. The Dora is another honor tile. It is Hatsu this time. AKTK with some groups, but doesn't have any of the Hatsu. Doesn't really have his honor tiles to call on, so it will be a bit of a get to Tenpai as quickly as possible and hope to repeat situation. Unaman also gets that pair of north, which helps to some degree, but it's not his wind, so it doesn't help in that respect. A few pairs could potentially go the Toy Toy, could potentially go the Sunshock, the Chitoy route, but with that, not like. We get a Tenpai here already from Ukrainian, waiting on a 1-4 pin. 5 of which are in the wall. Never mind, Unaman deals straight into it. Again, another 1,000 points. Ukrainian is just moving this along. They're trying to get a bit closer to Milu, get towards the end. It is South 4 now, so they just need South 4, 8,000 Mangan, essentially. A bit more than Mangan, maybe Haneman or Mangan Sumo to get into first. The door is the east. AKTK's hand's not looking too bad. I think it's 2 Shanten. But there's not much in the way of value there. This is not looking great. I mean, yeah, it's one of those ones. Like, what do you do at this point? Do you try? You basically have to go for the biggest hand you can. Mangan Sumo would be enough to get him into third at least. But anything higher, you're looking at Paimon at least. And even then, you probably need a direct hit. I mean, the hand does seem to be coming together nicely. That is a Tenpai on an Ipe. Yeah, that's probably the best you can do. Reach, Pinfu, Ipeiko potential. We have a reach from the dealer as well. However, do we get a deal into AKTK? Is he going to take it? Does it change his situation? He's going to let it pass, I think. He lets it pass. He's going to try and sumo it. It's his lower weight. It would be Reach Pinfu. It might have been Reach Ipatsu Pinfu Tanyao. So it would have been Mangan, but it wouldn't. Like, the Mangan isn't. Actually, it would have been enough with the dealer stick, I think. But actually, it would be even, which means he might. He's not sure if he would have won or not. And if he sumos the 6, then he's got a potential of getting a much higher score. So the weight for Unaman is a 3 pin. There is 1 left in the wall. AKTK's has 4 left in the wall, 2 3s, 2 6s. He ideally wants a 6, but hey, see what happens. There's another 6 gone to Ukrainian. Like, worth noting that AKTK is now in permanent footy 10, so he can only win on a sumo. I mean, that hurts. Like, seeing those go straight to Ukrainian. He can still win on the 3, though, if it comes. Yeah. It's. I mean, I guess going to a drawn Ryukoku at this point isn't horrible. That's still 1 more 3, I think. Since we will get another round because the dealer is also Tenpai, unless that 3 pin comes out. It does not. Could have been better, could have been worse. We get to try again. That is not the hand you want to see at this point for AKTK, though. Hopefully he can make something from it like he did last time. If we look around to Unaman, some better shapes. He's got a Dora as well. We look up at
Chi.
Ukrainian. He's got that Haku pair. So you can call that and a few other pairs. Pretty decent calling hand. Milu has done a quick Chi there, looking for a Jinchan type hand. Probably just wants to finish this at this point, so anything you can call and just, get it over with.
Riichi.
Another Tenpai from dealer. It did look like a good start, so he's waiting on a 5-8 pin. So it's a Riichi Dora. Potential double Dora. 1-5 and 3-8s left in the wall. But I feel most the other players will be very cautious about throwing any pins, or let alone the Dora, into that. So I think Unaman is going to have to Tsumo this if he wants it, if he wants to win it. Interesting to see what Melu does, because they don't want to blindly push into the dealer at this point, because it could knock them off first. Like it's what, 6,000 points. Any decent sized hand from dealer will knock them off first here, so they have to be a bit careful on that.
Sumo.
Dealer does Tsumo. That's going to shake things up a bit. So he does get the order, so yeah, for KO. Puts him into second. AKTK is even further away and much harder to get anything for. That is rough. 24,000 points. Baimon, Sumo, 16, 24. No, even a Baimon Sumo is not enough at this point. He does have the Dora. He's got some decent shapes. Maybe he can cut me out of this, but it's looking rough for AKTK. Yeah. So we're still going. The Dora is a 6-0, two of which are in AKTK's hand. Unaman is sitting at another decent looking hand. He can accept the Dora if it comes. Probably just a Pinfu in terms of Yaku, Riichi Pinfu, but nothing wrong with that. Looking up at Ukrainian, some nice shapes actually, particularly in that Manzu. Potentially Peiko, double Dora. So yeah. Melu, potential Sanshoku in the 7-8-9 area. Potential acceptance of the Dora, I guess, but he'd lose that in the process. AKTK is in Ishan 10, it looks like. But it's the kind of thing that you need to see where the value is going to come from. Like, you reach and you just hope. We get a Tenpai there from Ukrainian, waiting on a 3-6 pin for a closed Pinfu Dora 2, Tanyo Dora 2, Tanyo Pinfu Dora 2. Sorry, so it's a Mangon. Like, if he gets that from
Sumo.
Never mind, he's just going to Tsumo it, because whenever I start talking about potential things, people just Tsumo and put it away. I think that gives him first. It does. So that's a very nice finish by Ukrainian. Unfortunate AKTK. Ooh, that's rough. Most other games are finished. None of the remaining ones are Australians, so ooh, that is just rough. Most of the scores are updating. Looks like Australia didn't have the greatest round of games. Koala looks like they possibly got another win, which is nice. As it stands, he's actually in the top 32. I'll get the scores on the screen now. These aren't completely updated, so do keep that in mind. Um, so these are the scores as it stands. There are some outstanding games. Um, but yeah, Argentina did not have a good day. Indonesia didn't have a great day. Republic of Korea had quite a big rally at the end. They were quite low at the bottom, so they seem to have done quite well. Um, France potentially running away with this, or have they still got a game to finish? Hard to see at the moment. Um, Still waiting on the last game or so to finish, and we'll see the final results, and we'll go from there. Thank you all who have stuck around for this whole time. Assuming you are there, and I haven't just been speaking to an empty void for the last few hours. But if I have, oh well, that's kind of how this thing goes, right? Hopefully this has been entertaining, interesting, and just generally sort of, something to keep you occupied. Um, it's been a bit of a slog. It's what we're going nearly 5.5 hours now. Um, it's late in the night here, so I will probably wrap this up pretty quickly once we get the confirmations. But thank you for joining us here to see the Australian team's performance this year. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like um, we will be qualifying team-wise again this year. It's unfortunate. Um, we might still have representatives. Well, AKTK is quite likely to qualify. Um, I think he's actually confirmed to qualify. Assuming it is the top 32. AKTK is qualified. Koala, we don't know yet. Depending on results of the games, things could change, of course. Um, um, oh wait, maybe the last game has actually finished. Nope, never mind. That is still going. They're in South 3. Um, so it looks at top 32. Totoro might scrape in. AKTK is almost certainly in. Um, so just double checking these scores. Let's see if they've been updated at all. So I just sort of catching up on some messages, see if there's anything relevant to this that I can share. We are still waiting to see if Totoro does qualify. Hopefully, we are hoping. You just never know, I guess. Being on that 31 there is very much on the end. Let's take a look what we got. We got one there, China, that's unlikely to change it. There's Mizder and Natsu, the one from China. Totoro is sitting on 23. He might get knocked down one place depending on who wins. Actually, let's go take a look at that last game, if it's still going. Oh no, I think it's finished. It looks like Mizder came first. Um, Yuriko Aya, the person above Totoro was actually in that, and that person came second, so they've gone above. Natsunaka went down. Mizder's the main one. I don't think if he does overtake Totoro. Totoro still ends up in third. Um, 23, so 46. Looking at Mr. Give him about 30 something. Yeah, that'll push him up. I think that does knock who's 32? Korak from United States off of qualifying. We'll see. But yeah, so assuming these scores get updated shortly, congrats to Kevin from Chinese Taipei for their win. Or at least in this one, Melu, who we see, came second, and Kamogami New from Japan came third. In the team tournament, France seems to have done very well, coming first. The USA, I think second. They were in the last match, so I need to make sure that happens there. So potentially second. Chinese Taipei third. Ukraine fourth. Russian Federation fifth. Japan sixth. Singapore seventh. Vietnam eighth. Australia down in 14th place. It looks like all the scores are now updated. So top 32, we can see Korak does get knocked out. That's unfortunate. Koala survives. Um, the VTuber also didn't make it in there, but Koala just makes it in. So we have two Australians in the tournament for the individuals, it seems. Hopefully we will be back next week to follow them. We shall see. Um, but yeah, thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for sticking around the whole time. And yeah, we will sign off here and see you all next time. See you.